I'm just here to facilitate the conversation that got cut short by Shlomo's live ending, and Robbie and Mitch were talking with Sharks about whether beliefs are fake or not. So hopefully they'll react soon, and then we can join up here. What's up, brother?
Yeah, what's up? Before they get here, what does he mean by belief being fake? What does that mean?
Yeah, so I don't know what he means, but that's because I think he's false. Because like let's see, what is JTB for him then, right? Like, do people who are JTBers, they just not have knowledge because beliefs are fake? Like, I don't get it.
Well, I think like when talking to him, I mean, he kind of like just says a lot of gibberish all the time. You just get very clear on what he means by imagination, figment of imagination, what it means for that to be fake. Because what it sounds like to me is that he's pointing towards the mental item, like things in the head that isn't, like if you have a concept of an apple, that isn't the apple. So
Yeah.
or it's fake. But I think he's confusing that with the content.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's confusing the content with the referent or something. Sorry, I'm Jack Ink striking it right now. I'm gonna mute.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm interested in like exploring these things. It's just obviously gibberish, but whatever.
Yeah, what's up?
Yo.
Yeah, so Robbie, I couldn't invite Sharks. I tried to search him up, but if one of you guys wanted to invite him and keep your conversation going, I was really interested in it. Sometimes he says things that sound smart and philosophically interesting, and then he'll be quoting arguments like that where it's just like it's obviously false. So I don't know, it's weird.
What's up, Megs?
Hi, Mitch.
That makes
I
sense.
haven't been part of the morning crew in so long.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm out and about getting coffee for my partner before she goes to school.
Nice. We love that. I woke up and I started doing good morning jam. I started getting like cold brew from the store, and I got like a lavender creamer. And then I just warm it up in the microwave.
What's
so good.
a creamer again?
Saving money a little bit.
Did anybody invite Sharks?
Nah.
I have him, but when I search up Shark, he doesn't show up.
Oh, you want me to invite him?
Yeah, they were talking about something about like atheism is a belief, beliefs are fake, or atheists believe that beliefs are fake, therefore atheism is fake, or some dumb argument like that. But it was interesting.
Yeah, I briefly heard that. Something like some sort of equivocation on the word belief.
Definitely it is. Yeah, because it's like, did JTBers not have knowledge, right?
It wouldn't just be a belief about atheism is fake. It'd be a belief about any proposition at all. It would be fake at that point if like he wants to go down that route. Did I lose you guys? Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just working, but I'm listening while you guys talk.
Good. I'm just like, I got ready really fast and now I'm just chilling, waiting for my son to get ready.
Am I
getting my socks? You know where your socks are. Go get them.
I remember I used to just ask my mum random questions I knew the answer to. I have no idea why I did it. Was
ADHD, bro. That's why I
Yeah.
used to do it.
Yeah, bro.
Hi.
Hello.
WADHD Club.
Yeah, I was just saying I used to ask my mum like random
Emma, hi.
questions and that. Hi. Random questions that I knew the answer to.
Oh, hi.
Or like sometimes it's like a brain lag. Like sometimes it's your thought process that you're just like saying out loud, and then it takes like 5 more seconds, and you're like, I already know that. Never mind.
Wait. Oh, I need to tell me. Wait.
What are you doing? Smelling coffee beans?
Yes.
Why?
Remember this is for my cozy corner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have cozy corner coffee beans. Okay.
Thanks. How old are your kids?
I have one. He's 5.
Mine's 3.5 and 1.5, and I'm having a third.
Oh my goodness.
What did I just say?
3, 1.5, and the third's on the way.
Wait, who? Where?
Saya's been trying to get me to like adopt another child forever. He's like, how do we get a baby?
Like, you want another baby?
Oh,
Or your son does?
You're gonna send one my way.
All right. I'll take 7 galaxies.
coffee?
What was that?
Seven galaxies.
7 galaxies? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, for the surrogacy of.
Help. I mean,
Does anybody know what I'm doing?
no, they can't see you, goofball.
No, I'm asking if they know.
Okay,
You are. See,
you will never guess. Like,
watching Blippi.
never guess what he's doing, actually.
He's doing a handstand against the cabinets.
He's playing with dolphin chopsticks.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah. That Mitch, that's what he's doing. That's correct.
Right. Yeah, I'm doing the same. I'm doing the same.
So let's get ready. I love my new coffee machine. It's amazing. All right, let's get this gibberation started. Where's Shark at?
I was talking to somebody about, is it evidence for determinism being true if you look at like ADHD people and realize how freaking similar we all are?
ADHD? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, especially on this app, there's everywhere ADHD people.
It's going to have to be compatibilism, right? Because when we're on our medicine, we make rational choices, but when we're not, it's like anything goes.
There you go.
Well, I don't know why that would be like compatibilism if you need to be medicated.
It would be compatibilism because I'm using an idiosyncratic definition of compatibilism that just means compatible with taking medicine and not taking medicine.
Yeah, compatible with the meds.
Compatible with taking medicine and not, well, I'm not sure that that's what compatibilism means. If you need a certain brain chemistry to be able to make a certain choice, it seems like that might be more evidence for determinism. I actually believe in compatibilism. I don't think. Maybe Mitch can talk me out of that someday. But I don't think it's the medicine that would, if anything, that would be, I think, more evidence for determinism.
You know what's beautiful about that is that I understand exactly what you're saying, and yeah, I take back my position.
Do you say that the position's wrong, or do you take the entailment that determinism's true from what you said?
Yeah, I just take back my whole compatibilism nonsense that I said. It started out as a joke, but then
And that it stayed a joke, it's really laughable.
Mitch, what was Shark saying about what does he think? Why does he think a belief is fake, and what does he mean by figment of your imagination?
He's just calling beliefs figments of imagination because it's in your mind, I think is what I heard.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Yeah, so he's just confusing the belief with the content of the belief.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
yeah. I only like this is like a sorry. This is like a very very recently very radically popular um not precept but like tagger argument, right? Like I'll see like phrenologists and like some people who actually like not respect because their arguments are good, but respect because they're like philosophically inclined, right? They're like somehow using this argument as like rage bait, I think, for atheists.
That's
Are
what
you
Mari.
talking about liquid from fingers again?
Oh God.
No, this time fingers from liquid. How do we derive them?
Hey, sir.
Oh Lord.
Hey, wait,
Hi,
Sharks is here.
everybody. Sorry to interrupt. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Well, kind of good to hear from you again.
Yeah. Sharks is here. Sharks just joined. So if he is still here, I invited him up.
Doing it.
All right, let's get our first gibberish conversation out of the way today.
I forgot that there's an emoji in his name, right? It makes you impossible to share the live to. Oh, okay. We were just wanting to know if you wanted to continue the conversation about atheism is a belief. Atheism believes beliefs are fake. Beliefs are fake, therefore atheism's fake.
Well, I was at an atheist protest, and all their signs didn't have anything on them.
Quad. We're gonna have your vibe right now mixed with a Thrail vibe. Just match the average of those vibes.
Oh, I thought you was asking me a question. My bad.
Oh no! It was I was asking Shark a question.
Oh, okay. I don't even. Oh, I don't even
No,
see.
you're good. You're good.
Sorry, can you just clarify what you mean by belief being fake and/or what's a figment of imagination in the chat, please?
I love the bandwidth of a waiting for a text reply, and then talking back to it. The bandwidth difference is crazy to me.
Like, is it just rage bait? Is that all this is? We're like wasting our time to discuss rage bait?
Do you
Are we
hear how
that
you're getting
autistic
enraged?
here or what?
You're getting enraged.
Are we? Oh, you were talking to the comments. My bad. I'm all damn confused. I don't even see a shark. My bad.
Hell yeah, brother. He's in there. Friendliest shark, I think it's called, something like that.
Okay, I'm gonna drop. I think this is now distracting him more than just giving me something to do while I wait.
No.
Yes. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
I see.
Bye.
I didn't realize
He wanted the drama. He wanted to see the debates.
I wouldn't have said.
Yeah. Wait. Why are we fucking around with P2? P1 is obviously also false. If that's how he's using belief, atheism is a belief. Atheism is the honest acceptance of a proposition. Right?
People use it that way, but like you could say, it's just a proposition.
Well, I think it's like the honest, like enacting of a propositional attitude, but that propositional attitude can be against the proposition.
I said a similar thing, and even if it was an assent in propositional attitude, it doesn't have to be belief. It could be like hypothesis or suppose, or you don't have to necessarily faithfully assign that proposition a truth value. You can suspend the truth value and just hold the proposition, or even be a deflationist about truth in the first place. But it just seems, I think what you said with the reverse, that you could just be taking the propositional attitude against if that attitude is such that it assigns a false value, like it actually does, then I would just say you believe the negation, which is still a belief.
Like anti-theist, yeah.
Yeah. So, I think Shark might argue that as well.
Oh yeah, Shark saying I believe that I'm not convinced is as close as you can get to the negation, and then I believe that I'm not convinced. That sounds to me like choosing your belief, right?
That's a second order belief. That's a belief about a belief.
Yeah, I believe that I'm
What
not
is it about
convinced.
again?
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
are
yeah.
they saying that?
Well, he's just saying that that's how he's using the terms when he's saying like you can take a propositional attitude. The first one, it's apparently this is the dichotomy, right? I believe that I'm not convinced that God is real. Is a soft no.
No.
I believe that God is not real is a hard no. Or you could say, yes, I believe God is real. But you can't say that you believe that you're convinced that God's real. Is that soft theism?
Why would you say it that way? Like that's a second order belief. Because to
Yeah.
be convinced of something is to have an attitude towards a belief. So you would have a belief about a belief. I don't understand how. Maybe I'm just not tracking. I just don't understand how that's like what has to do with anything.
Well, they believe that atheists actually believe in something because they can't fathom in their brain the
They do believe in
possibility
something.
that something may not be God created.
Well,
Well,
atheists
wait.
believe that God doesn't exist, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's the point. That's the point that we at least hold a belief. And I guess on an atheist worldview, he wants to say something like belief. Is it am I the only one echoing? Do I need to drop and come back?
I hear from you. I think it might be.
Sorry, it was me. It was me. It was me. I'm sorry. I'm out and about.
Oh, no worries, no worries.
I was walking around. I didn't look down. I didn't know I wasn't muted. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Sorry.
Um, where was it? Yeah. No, I lost it.
I'm so fucking sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It happens. You know.
It doesn't just happen. It's not okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
cry.
Repent.
Wait, repent. That got me. All right. Yeah. Quad. Right. It's not that they atheists do have beliefs, right? If it depends on what you mean. If you're a soft atheist, then really I'd say you're an agnostic. But if you know you want to be, if you label yourself as that, then you're not going to accept my definitions. But if you're going to operate by the definitions under use, then atheism is typically the belief that there are no gods. Um, and so I'm happy accepting P1, even though as a skeptic I don't think belief is a particularly useful propositional attitude. I think it overcommits you to the proposition or to the content of the proposition, whereas you can hypothesize something which allows you to hold a proposition without, affirming or negating it. So it's yeah.
I'm so
I think
confused, man. But
no,
belief
no.
isn't.
So that's beside the point. That's beside the point. So the P1, I have no problem saying P1 is
Well,
fine.
well, that's fine. He's stipulating. He's saying atheism. Wasn't it say atheism is a belief? Is that what it says?
Yeah,
That's fine. He's just defining the term. Who cares? It doesn't matter how people use the term. A lot of people want to say atheism is a proposition. It's not a belief, but a lot of people use it as a belief. So who cares? So that's fine, right?
Yeah.
right.
Like I said before, I was at an atheist protest and all of their signs were completely blank.
Nice.
It doesn't make you can be a theism. The correct it's all it's all English nonsense, but you can be against the tooth not believe in the tooth fairy, and still be a tootheism or whatever the hell it's called.
So like if we were clear when he says atheism is a belief, atheism is just defined as a belief that God doesn't exist, and P1 is fine. There's nothing wrong with
It's
it.
the lack of belief. I thought.
No. I mean,
I
you can.
guess.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you think it is. First off, right? He's telling you what it is, so we can just keep it
We have to
consistent.
listen to him then.
Well, yeah, it's his terms, right? As long as he's consistent with the terms.
It depends. It depends if he's rendering the argument from an internal critique perspective, right?
No, fine. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like whatever the terms mean, we could follow the logic, make sure he's consistent, doesn't equivocate, and then we can see the conclusion. Right. The
And then,
conclusions
but
are
then,
separate.
at the end, if you go, okay, you didn't equivocate. I agree with your conclusion, but I don't think that atheism is a belief.
Well, yeah, then
Like,
we would just hash out what the meanings are. Be like, okay, atheism means this to you, and then this means this to me, and then you decide if it's true or not. Like, just be, just get the semantics down. Like, it doesn't matter. So I think like P2 is like all beliefs are fake or imagination. What I forget what it says. I think that's what. So I think like P2 is like all beliefs are fake or imagination. What I forget what it says. I think that's what, right, and confusing that with the content of the thing in your mind. Like clearly he doesn't want to say the content of the cat is on the mat is like false or something. If there is a cat on the mat.
Or the mat is under the cat.
Uh,
No? Semantics, like you were saying.
was I audible?
yeah.
Okay, I drove past my apartment complex, and I connected to the Wi-Fi, but I was too far away. So
If I may read a scripture of the good book of Rings of the Lord, I don't know half of you, half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you, half as well as you deserve.
Yeah, the agnostic, the one way it's interpreted agnosticism, they're just undecided. So they're not like saying one way or the other, right? You can have a belief about your agnosticism. I have a belief that I'm undecided about the proposition God exists.
Shark, I just quoted a fairy tale, just as you are claiming to be real. We can talk about Harry Potter, we can talk about Shakespeare, we can talk whatever you want.
yeah, but you were talking about the Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings, which is a fiction novel.
Prove that. What's the argument for that?
Lord of the Rings is a real place with real people.
Did I say that, or are you strawmanning me?
No. I thought that's what you meant. That was what you were implementing.
I'm
I
just
was
kidding.
quoting. I
I'm
was
just trying to
quoting a
get
book.
rise out of you.
I know you do that a lot. You're good at it.
What happened?
This is what they do.
Sark, what do you mean by beliefs or imagination or figments, or whatever P2 is? I mean, there is a sense that like all beliefs are in your imagination, they're like, constructed in your mind. Like the belief that there's an apple is not on the table doesn't isn't if it isn't the apple on the table. That's just like not interesting enough.
Wait, is figment like an unpaired word etymologically? Do you
I
guys
don't
ever,
know.
do you guys ever hear figment when it's not in the phrase "figment of your imagination"?
Um, not sure. Never thought of it.
Yeah, we have the deep combos in here.
Here we get down to the big problems. Big problems. Tackle the big issues.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've necessarily heard someone use figment without saying figment of your imagination. But I also think, yeah, it's really difficult to to say that a belief is in any way like a figment. It just being that a figment is like a falsehood, right? So it's just a falsehood or a you know a makeup of the imagination. It, I mean, how would you?
Oh, I
For
see.
me, I don't really have an issue, but truth tracking on that belief is just how do you believe truth
Okay.
track if they're just
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, it's obviously P2 is obviously false in any interpretation. I mean, if we just understand figment to mean what you said it was there.
right?
What else would be true? I mean, I guess he just believes in propositions, abstracta. I guess you could say that. Our beliefs are added towards, well,
Added towards that's a
added
portmanteau.
towards, yeah. Yeah, portmanteau, exactly. Yeah, it seems like your beliefs have to be true or false, no matter whether or not you believe in abstracta.
Okay, he's saying when he says atheism in P2, he's referencing namely like physicalism. Wait, unless that's what
Yeah.
you're addressing. Sorry.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Like physicalism is going to have a explanation for beliefs bearing truth values.
And also, like, what would this just imply that like atheists that aren't physicalists, or even that aren't naturalists, or even that are Platonists, or even that believe in supernatural things? Like, what about those? What about those people?
It's like a common thing to like be like, well, beliefs are like these mystical things. They're mystical. They can't be physical. Therefore, it's just like. And then you look at like, what's their theory of beliefs? Well, there's these mystical entities. Can't tell you anything about them. They're not made of anything. They don't exist anywhere. We don't know how we contact them, and they just exist, right? Okay, great theory. I feel like physicalism is the only one that can give an account of uh, representation or reference.
Good morning, King Lords.
Go fuck yourself.
Let's go.
This is what they do. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's like your belief is gonna have to be true or false, right? And then there's your attitude towards the it's like the same like between a statement and a proposition, right? The same thing is true for your belief versus like none of the propositional attitude that you take to that belief, right? Do you guys want to talk to people that we don't know? Who the Lord of the Flying Skating Monster is real?
Atheism is a contradiction.
We're talking about that. That's what we're talking about. We all pretty much agree.
Try to build a system from the bottom up is stupid.
Yeah, if you're building a sandcastle, you're gonna want to start from the top down.
It'd be a really hard time building a house that way.
Nuh-uh.
You wouldn't build the attic before the basement.
I would, but that's only because I'm reasonable. You might not.
The bottom up system, there's like no unity in that system.
Yeah, the roof is going to be the concrete oneness and manyness that is the foundation of the house, right?
Yeah.
That's what your problem is. When you say you have a foundation, you're equivocating on a foundation means like a strong base to build something off of. That's not what it means. It means the highest order of being, the ultimate. Sark says bottom up system is S tier. Keep your personal life out of this.
You can't have a tree with just the leaves. It has to have a root system.
Yeah, but whenever you see the tree, did you look at it?
Yeah, but it's like a glacier.
You agree that you looked at the. You agree that you looked at the trees?
I guess if that's what I was looking at.
Then you're denying the general revelation of the Almighty and the ultimate.
Well, obviously.
If you looked at the trees and you couldn't infer God, not my problem. Your problem.
Like, if we deny revelation, then all truth and knowledge is going to be tainted by human bias, and like
It already is.
the filter our culture
For the
puts
atheist.
on the world. So, like, you wouldn't be able to fucking know anything without God's revelation. Like, why would you?
Hey, Mars, how do you know
yourself
anything in your world where God exists?
Don't. There's recent trauma around this topic. Okay, don't
Because
push them too
God
hard.
can interpret reality without human bias and give us access to that knowledge.
But you didn't say that. Can God interpret reality without any bias?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you know things? First, let's just grant that God can know things, even though I think there's problems with that. How do you know things?
Because God interprets facts, and therefore I can know the facts due to being made in God's image and the analogical relationship between our minds.
What does that mean? That's just gibberish.
Yeah, exactly. It means
Okay.
that God's knowledge is constructive and human knowledge is derivative.
Okay, but how do you know? How do you know? I'm sorry. How do you know that there's an apple on the table? That's what I'm asking you. Like, tell me what's going on.
Because God knows there's an apple on the table, and
Okay, granted.
I can think thoughts like God can think thoughts.
Yeah, how does that work?
Uh, I don't know the mechanism. It's just
Oh,
energy.
do you have any idea? Or are you just saying, look, God knows things, therefore I know things? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, Lucid.
Is
Whenever
that what
they're
you're saying?
done, you can go.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't. Whatever, man.
Yeah,
It's
great
a,
theory,
it's
man.
an okay.
Wait,
It's an
Tupac.
emergent property of
When you
God.
said how's there an apple on the table? Did you hear my tree argument with Quad?
It's an emergent property from
No.
being made in God's image.
Okay, what is that?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, you have no idea. So you basically just say, well,
That's
this is what my theory does.
when we don't know how to answer a question. It's an emergent property.
Okay, yeah.
No,
So yeah, when I
there's
asked,
ways to figure out the solution. You don't just have to
Wait,
say it's just a
just
god because we don't know.
real quick point of contention here. I don't actually want to chase PMARS off, so we can definitely push him on it, but let's just be chill about it, okay?
Like I don't want to insult anyone's religion, but I can't ignore the fallacy of the
Did you believe in
concept
God when you had hair?
of a creator,
I think there's a
because
correlation between hairline and atheism.
where would a creator come from?
Why did you make me bald, God?
Lucid, do you
Why?
understand that you're begging the question that a creator would have to come from somewhere?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so you understand that you're committing the same fallacy that you're accusing people of doing.
Well, I'm not saying that that it's ridiculous to
Is this
believe in a
uncomfortable?
creator. I'm saying that if you believe in a creator, then who created the creator?
It's an uncaused cause. Do you understand that?
Well, no.
Okay, so it's either going to be the case that every effect has a cause, right? Or it's not going to be the case. Do you think that every effect has a cause?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe in a past eternal universe. Is that right?
You're all going to hell.
I don't believe in what I don't know.
Okay, so but you know that every effect has a cause, and if that keeps going back into history, then that would lead to a past eternal universe. If that's uncomfortable, you need to revisit your position on cause and effect.
I'm comfortable with cause and effect. I'm just saying I'm comfortable with not knowing what I don't know.
Do you know cause and effect is true?
Cause and effect is true, but we're talking about
How do you know
something
that?
that happened 14 billion years
You
ago.
know cause and effect is true.
14 billion years ago, they said
Why
there
are
was
you
a
ignoring me,
flood.
Baldy?
Why do you keep calling me bald? I'm
Oh,
not bald.
it looks like you're bald from your picture.
I'm wearing a hat.
That's what they all say.
Do you want to see me right now?
No.
Then stop calling me bald, asshole.
Stop ignoring me.
Don't make fun of physical features that aren't even true. You're a fucking dick.
I'm a person.
You're a dick. You're not a person, you're a dick.
Hey, stop being mean to P. Morse. We know him, okay?
Okay, we got off on the wrong foot. Let's let bygones be bygones.
Yeah. And speaking of bygones, you're gone. Imagine if I kicked you just there. Would that be funny? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that would have been. I've been.
I you know, it would have been a good way to kick me.
So if you have hair, then why do you hate God?
Who said I hated God?
I thought you did. Do you believe in him?
I don't believe in him. I believe in something. I
There we
believe in
go.
something. I
Why
believe
do
in
you-
something.
Why do you hate God?
I don't like the anthropomorphic approach to God.
Like, you want a univocal approach?
Yeah, what?
More of a mystic
How?
approach.
P Mars has an emotional position. P Mars is an emotional boy. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I believe in the evidence. I'm not an atheist.
What evidence do you claim?
Transcendental proof for God.
Transcendental proof.
Yeah, God's revealed himself as the ultimate. If you deny that, there'll be no ultimate to speak of. And so
Where do you get this information from?
ultimate mystery will entail an absurdity where it would destroy truth. Knowledge.
Where do you receive this truth?
What truth?
The
God
one that
gives-
you're claiming.
I'm saying God gives us knowledge through
From
revelation.
where?
Through creation and human history.
Okay. I could be wrong, but are you saying that via society and the way evolution has shown us that caring about society is a good thing is your basis on your belief in God?
No, the fact that like we can do science, right? Science is only possible if the claims of Christianity are true. The Christian worldview is true.
Most scientists are atheists.
I know, isn't that funny? What a bunch of morons!
No, that's a contradiction.
I know they're stupid. Why are the scientists so stupid?
Scientists are not stupid.
Oh yeah, they are. They're incredibly stupid.
They're not stupid.
Okay.
Where is
Okay,
your
yeah,
claim? Where is
okay.
your evidence to claim that they're stupid?
Just
Mars is crazy. Don't
listen,
get that.
listen to them talk.
Listen to them talk. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but
just because you
science-
can understand them doesn't make them stupid.
Okay.
Perhaps the stupidity comes from you, sir.
Okay.
So,
I think what it is when you specialize in like one field, it makes you just like Forrest Gump or something.
Makes you an expert.
what
No, I
do
mean,
you-
it turns you
are
into
you-
like a Forrest Gump.
are you familiar with the scientific method?
Yeah. Isn't it?
Right.
lame? It's lame.
It's not lame. It's
Lame as hell.
It's how we know fact from fiction.
No, the scientific method gives
yes,
us.
sir. Yes, sir. It
Okay,
is.
well, you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
Do you even know the difference
I know
between fact and
exactly
fiction?
what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
From
Yes,
what
I do.
claim? You can't just say
No.
Yeah, the scientific method gives us data.
Right, you're wrong.
But the scientific method can't tell us like if we should believe the data or what the data means, right? So
Data is data, and that's the best we have.
Mhm. And then
The
we
most,
have
the most knowledge. It's the most knowledge we have to go off of.
yeah, if that's the best you have, then you got
Beliefs are a different thing. Beliefs
Okay.
are non-scientific. They are
Beliefs are
ethereal.
non-scientific, guys.
They are ethereal. They are non-provable.
We are
They
science. We don't believe things. We science things.
Do
Yes,
you
we
believe
science
you're wearing a
things.
chicken suit
I
right now, sir?
Don't believe it. I
that I'm wearing a
scienced
hat
it.
right now.
Do you believe you're wearing a chicken
Exactly.
suit? Do you believe you're wearing a hat? Do you believe you're wearing a dress?
I science.
What do you believe
my
you're
hat.
wearing?
I
You don't
science
believe you're
that
wearing it. You know what you're wearing.
Earth is the third rock from the sun.
Which can be proven, as opposed to your talking bush and whatnot.
Yeah, true.
What if I told you what I believe in? Would you take that into effect? Would you care at all? Because most people wouldn't.
Because there'd be no ultimate context for anything you say.
What's the point of speaking at all?
The ultimate
Exactly.
context. The ultimate context is science.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. That's why we have vehicles and airplanes.
So science explains everything?
What it doesn't explain, it doesn't just blame on God.
God.
If the world was to end right now, and then come back in about a decade,
Where's
and
your
then
peer-reviewed
the
study that
things
shows
on
that
this earth,
UFOs
sir,
are...
that are scientifically proven would come back as they are now. Now,
Okay.
all these stories about the Virgin Mary and whatnot, those would come back completely different.
That's
Sir, what
incorrect.
scientific experiment did you do to determine that you have hands? Sir?
Science shows us that our society and culture shapes how we think, feel, and behave. And so different cultures are going to produce different science, right? And so to think that we could just eliminate science today and it's going to come back the same is a fantasy.
What
There's
you
tons
just
of
said,
prejudicial
what
conjecture.
you
One
just
of them
said,
is fiction.
what you just said
Your
proves
life is a fantasy.
that you have no idea what the scientific method is.
Yeah, I do.
You
Please
may have
enlighten us.
you may have an idea of it, but you don't understand it and its importance.
Yeah, sure I do.
I don't think you do, bro.
Please enlighten us.
Yeah, so we live in a
So
scientific dictatorship and
Dictatorship, huh?
politicians.
no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no.
No?
Hush it down for a second.
Okay.
The scientific method is you make a hypothesis.
Oh, you observe. Your observation before your hypothesis. You're messing it up already, dude.
No, you.
Yeah, you
have,
observe first, and then you hypothesis. Observe.
Look, what is Shark
Hypothesis.
saying here? He says atheism is false because it special pleads to how they define real. What could you possibly be saying?
I'm
I
trying
need
to
to study
dumb.
you, Shark,
I'm trying to dumb it
so I
down
can
for
fix
you.
you and save you.
I'm trying to dumb it down for you. You make a hypothesis.
No, you observe and then you hypothesize.
No, you observe after you make a hypothesis to see.
No, that's
You just make a hypothesis out of either you're like blind, you can't smell, see, hear,
I'm
feel,
trying
and then
to.
you just hypothesize about how the
observe.
world
I'm
is.
You have to
trying to
observe.
So,
dumb
Like,
it down.
so,
like
so
first,
there isn't an order. There isn't an order. Just
first you observe like an atheist, right? You observe an atheist, then you create
there
a
isn't. You've already
hypothesis.
got it
Like,
wrong, Pima. Sorry to cut you off there. There isn't an order. It's cool.
oh my god.
You just have to state some of the necessary features. It doesn't have to be ordered. You could be a naive inductivist, and you would start with observation, right?
You can end with observation
Or you
because you're collecting data and you're making an observation about this data that you've collected. And
Exactly. It
that
can go in any order. Any order.
it's just a process of logic that we accept as reality because that is the best we can come to understanding reality.
Mitch will have you understanding like up is down and cats marry dogs.
What the fuck are you saying?
I was just saying that Mitch is a deceptive, lying scumbag.
And you know him personally?
Yes,
You did,
unfortunately.
Mitch, is that correct?
I mean, I wouldn't say you know me personally, but
Going to science.
you know me.
He's going to science hell for what he's doing.
What is science hell?
Lord.
I imagine like science hell would be surrounded by precepts. Well, that would be hell for a scientist, at least.
I just imagine it would be living in America.
We're currently in science hell with Precept on the panel.
A little bit.
It's you're consistent in your deception.
Well, if I agree with you, then it kind of leads to a liar paradox, doesn't it? So I don't know what to say here. If I disagree with you, it leads to the same paradox, right? So
He denies his denial.
Is this an actual discussion or just a troll?
Look, God exists, right? Because he's ultimate and he's revealed himself. And
When? Through what? Toast?
He. If you're saying it's a he, you're implying that he has XY chromosomes.
Well,
That's kind of stupid,
no,
right?
well,
It's kind of
that's
stupid to believe
that
it,
would be
right?
a transphobic thing to say. I wouldn't say that because
Oh, now I'm
I'm an ally.
transphobic
I'm an ally
because
to
you
them.
called
So,
God a he?
Highly doubt
well,
it.
so to say that gender
Oh,
is linked
dude, you're done. You're done. You're cooked.
when you say gender is linked to chromosomes, that's a hateful thing to say. I wouldn't.
I
And this
didn't say
I'm not.
science.
gender. I didn't
I'm
say
not hateful
gender
because
at
some
all.
people have chromosomes and then they don't define their gender. So I mean I can't believe you said that. Like you got to have more awareness of other people and their feelings. Lucid.
Do you speak
Oh,
from your ass
oh,
or do you quote from your
did I
mouth?
hurt your little
I don't want to
feelings?
misgender people. That's
Did
wrong.
I hurt your little feelings?
Well, you're misgen. You didn't. You could hurt other people's feelings because you're misgendering.
Misgendering God? Are you fucking serious?
Yes, God
Oh yeah,
gave
that's
us.
that's
Shut the
good.
fuck
So
up.
P
You're
Mars, do
so
you
dumb.
think
God
that?
revealed His pronouns to us, so we should We should use the pronouns He revealed.
Yeah, so P
Can you
Mars, do you?
source that?
Because some people wrote a book.
Oh my
So P
God!
Mars, do you think that Jesus is trans?
Exactly.
All right. Do you think that gender is necessarily tied to biological traits?
I don't. I don't. I don't really get political.
Yeah. So like when a trans woman says "I'm a woman," are they saying something wrong? Are they delusional?
I don't. I. I don't really get political. I just.
Sure. You don't have a worldview if you can't explain these things.
You
You
have
don't
a
even know what a
God
woman
view that
is in
has a
your own
worldview?
worldview.
Between them and their gender.
I'm sorry.
The gender is a personal thing. It's between people and themselves.
Right,
So
but is it does it have to do with your biology, or is it like
well,
necessitated by some biological characteristics,
that's
or no?
personal. That's personal.
So that's personal. So are you saying that you need to have X chromosomes to be a woman? Is that it?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying I'm not getting political.
Sir, then how can you know anything about the world if you don't have a worldview?
We should love everyone and we should love all their beliefs.
Well, sure, you can love these people and still think they're wrong, sir. Now, how does your worldview account for the falsity or truth of trans women calling themselves women, sir?
Too much intolerance in the world. We need to be inclusive.
Okay.
What about intolerance of intolerance?
Intolerance in the world. We need to be inclusive.
Okay.
What about intolerance of intolerance?
That's valid.
Okay. I like that. I like that answer.
Well, the problem with the dilemma, Mitch, is that they can take the first horn that affirms trans ideology. They take the second horn when they ad hoc out of it.
Well, yeah. I've seen it run before, but it always gets trans people in the crossfire. I feel, but yeah, not to yeah. That's all I'll say.
Well, Mason, last week Mason got a Christian to admit that Jews are trans.
Well,
he said he said he would think about it differently now.
we should God, anthropomorphize God.
Wait, you don't believe in God, do you?
I believe in something.
Oh, okay.
But that's just as stupid as atheism.
Oh no. I'm agnostic and a
We
mystic.
should have,
One Wait, one
evidence for our
second.
beliefs.
Sorry, I've been taking my partner to work, and I haven't been monitoring anything, and I don't really have mods because I've only been able to go live for like 2 days. So I'm gonna make some of you guys that I trust mods in here. Okay.
Don't make me a mod, you son of a bitch.
You're already a mod.
Yeah, P Mars would be a fine one.
Anyways, I'm just saying, like, when I think of God, I don't like that God has a name like a person would have a name. When I think of God, I think of kind of like a spirit, waves that connect us all.
Like Wi-Fi.
Is Wi-Fi God?
It's a wave that connects us all.
The fact that that's more like linguistically powerful than a lot of things I've heard Thea say is crazy, Tupac.
It's just I don't like the name God for this higher power, this connecting power that is among all of us, because the name God implies that it's this being, and I don't think of God as a being.
How could you
God
know
do be a
anything
being.
about God unless God
Yeah.
revealed it to you?
Yeah, Lucid, how do you know anything without God?
I'm sorry, what?
How do you know anything without an omniscient being telling you things about the world?
If if
An
God
omniscient
designs,
being has never told me anything.
How do you know that?
Um, because the Bible was written by people.
How do you know that? Well, it
you
was,
know,
but it was inspired by the Holy Spirit or something.
Because of historical fact.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because they were written in letters and they have names.
Yeah, but
Tupac
they
wrote
were
it.
inspired by the
The
God,
return
right?
address was the person who wrote it.
Yeah, but they were inspired by the Ghost, Holy
The
One.
ghost.
How,
Right.
Tupac,
Yeah.
how can we be meaningful agents if there's no inherent meaning in reality?
Depends what you mean by meaning. I think meaning can only make sense in a world where we can physically interact with things.
Depends what you mean by meaning.
Yeah, if you mean like some kind of grand purpose that we're here on Earth that like is in line with the mind's intentions, then obviously that doesn't exist.
Are you
But if
the
you mean
pros?
but if you mean meaning in like terms of semantics, like there's a symbol that means something, obviously that exists under atheism, and I think it's much better explained under
Okay,
that.
but when I say there's a cat on the mat, it's either that like there's some meaning in the fabric of reality that I'm drawing from to say that, or that I'm imposing meaning upon reality with my mind to say that.
Hey Mars, are you Christian?
Yes, I'm a
Not really,
motherfucker.
he's
Let
kind
me
of
ask
he's
you
Christian
something.
adjacent.
Let me ask you something, Mars.
But the cat on the mat, I wouldn't say the cat on the mat by itself, like the entity out of there without like any representation means anything. Unless you want to like talk about some kind of like
That
pairing
means that
computation.
that means you're the product of
No.
this
Well, listen,
process,
unless you
and
want to talk about some kind of like
that's going
pan.
to reduce to an absurdity where like,
Okay,
any
okay.
meaning would be an
Well,
illusion.
All right,
I,
look,
I
look.
want
Unless
That's
you want to like talk about,
I want
unless you
to
want to talk
so
about,
illustrate.
that's
I,
going to destroy intelligibility in your moment of
okay,
reality.
yeah, yeah.
may I talk to
Unless
Mars?
you want to
May
talk
I?
about like, unless you want to talk about like some kind of like pan computationalism where like a state in one region of the world co-varies with another state, and that's the type of meaning, then there's meaning everywhere. This really depends on what you mean by meaning. It's a kind of a vague term, and I don't think you have like even like the slightest clue of what you mean when you say it.
May I talk to Mars panel?
I
Yeah,
mean,
of
to
course.
ask
I just
what you mean by meaning is like
Panel is a pronoun there.
meaning is like it's like intention, right? Okay, so
So
what up, Lucid?
yeah. Do you find the crucifix to be symbolic or meaningful?
I guess.
So imagine if instead of being unalived that way, Jesus was thrown into a pool of sharks. Would everyone being wearing a shark tooth necklace be considered Christian?
What is
Would
this? This sounds
oh
like
my god.
Bill Hicks joke or something.
It's not. It's not a joke. I mean, it's fun.
No, it's kind of a joke though, right? Your attempt is to draw humor from the situation.
Exactly. Like if he
Okay,
was.
so when you said it's not a joke, you were being disingenuous, right?
I said
Yeah,
it's
how do you
not,
account
it's
for
not a
fibbing
joke
in your
the
atheistic worldview?
traditional format.
It's
But
okay. It's okay
I
if it's
can
a joke.
How many
But when
times
somebody
did you
asks, "Is
see
this a joke?" just be
Sharknado?
like, "Yeah."
I can.
How many times did you
It's
see?
not a joke
Sharknado?
because I think
Until
of it.
this-
I think it's very important to understand.
Things that are very important to understand can be pointed out in a humorous way.
Yeah. So okay, let's point it out in a humorous way. If
Are you drunk?
Jesus was thrown into a pool of sharks, and everyone was wearing shark tooth
Yeah,
necklaces
we might be like
instead
saying
of.
baby shark at the church, dude. Who cares? Like, my
Yeah,
brains.
that's what I'm saying. Like it's the symbology
Yeah,
is
it's a symbol.
What's the
Obviously, the cross
symbology?
is a symbol.
It's
Yes,
the
who cares?
symbolism.
it's symbolism. It is symbolism.
What's the
Yeah, that when you
symbology
wear
here?
a
You
cross
know
on your
who
chest,
hated
you're
symbolism
symbolizing.
more than anyone else?
Oh my
You
god.
know who flipped the tables at a temple because of their symbology?
Are you
Jesus
drunk?
fucking Christ.
Has
Your mic is
anybody
on.
watched Boondock Saints recently? He's like,
No,
what's the? He's like asking the detective. He's like, what's the symbology there? He's like, the symbolism.
what? William
I
Dafoe said that.
I have not watched it recently.
Willem Dafoe says that. Yeah. The
Funny that
point.
movie.
Listen, Lucid. Let me answer. I'm gonna LARP as a Christian really fast. Yeah, if Jesus Christ came down to earth as God in human form and he was fully man and they threw him into a pit of sharks, of course we would wear some kind of representation for the pain and suffering that he endured, right? But what does that have to do with raising or lowering the probability of God being true or false?
Maybe like we wear shark tooth, stuff like that.
Yeah, they wear if Jesus was pew-pewed, they would wear an AK-47 necklace, whatever. Who cares?
Why is that funny? I don't know.
Just a
Well, the way that we unalive our criminals today would be the lethal injection. So maybe they should wear a needle around the neck.
Mm.
I highly doubt when Jesus, if there's a Jesus, ever comes back, the last thing he wants to see is a cross.
Exactly.
take care.
Like imagine he comes back and he sees all these people wearing crosses. He's like, "Oh God, please take me back.
Divine
I'm in the wrong
PTSD.
place."
And he definitely wouldn't get through American customs.
All very true. So, yeah.
This is what they do, P.
I guess
Morris.
my point didn't have to necessarily do with God, but it was more of like a Christianity dig that there is too much symbolism.
As George Carlin once said, I leave the symbols to the symbol-minded.
You said this conversation was too low tier for P. Mars.
That's pretty bad, guys. We gotta get it together.
What do you mean, Robbie? P. Mars went to go, say the same things to other people who will let him get away with it.
Right, okay. A runner.
Eagles won yesterday and the Lions lost. It's amazing. Eagles going to Super Bowl. Let's go.
Hey, it seems
Okay.
like every comment that's getting posted is getting like muted. I don't want to keep unmuting them. How do I just turn that off?
Oh no, I noticed it too.
I think you have to do it in the settings somewhere with the comments. There's like, if you go, where do you go? Manage guests, settings. I can't do it. But I think somewhere if you manage the guests and go on the settings, there's a comment tab. And if you click on that, you should be able to change it somehow.
You guys, I don't know if P. Mars is your friend or not, but did I say anything that was like offensive?
I didn't hear. To be honest, I didn't hear anything that was said over the last half hour because I was taking my partner to work. So if anything got heated, I saw that Quad was mad at me. I'm not. You know,
I'm
I
not
don't.
mad at you. Your mod came after me for just Jim. I don't know if that's your friend.
He's one of my like closest friends that I've made on this app. As far as like times we've talked where I've respected
He
what
said
he
I was
said.
speaking nonsense.
Well,
While he
maybe
let that PB character run his mouth like.
Yeah, but
Totally.
maybe he was just saying that the way that you were like just I don't know. I wasn't here. I'm not going to speak on things that I wasn't here about. But I've corrected it. I've added more mods, including you. So if you don't feel like you're getting your fair share, that's fine because I respect you as well. But Lucid, yeah, I definitely like PMARS, right? I don't like and disrespect his disingenuity.
Yeah. So
He's definitely full of that.
to tell you guys something, I'm a PK. Do you know what that means?
You're gonna have to elucidate.
I am a preacher's kid.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like Cypher PK.
No, I just I grew up surrounded by the church, and my dad was well established in the church. But I stopped going to church when I was 13 because I was just like, I think I'm mostly agnostic. And my dad was like, well, like, what percent do you think? I was like, I don't know, 90? He's like, well, isn't that 10% worth holding on to? Like, yeah. I mean, that's how I was raised. You were raised in the church by your parents. Yeah, I was raised Christian, but I don't follow the Bible. And now that my dad is retired, 20, 30 years later, he describes himself as a mystic. He's like, I just tried to guide people in the way that they already believed. And that's true.
Wait, why would that be valuable? Like guiding somebody in the way they already believe when you think they're incorrect, why would that be valuable?
Because they're never gonna drop their beliefs.
You said what?
You can't just tell people to believe in something or to
Do you wait, sorry, do you think that's a charitable interpretation of what like philosophical debate is?
I think it's a way to guide people who are already set.
When P Mars was up here, were you just telling him that his belief was wrong?
No.
Okay, so why?
No,
so why
he
did
was
you
making comments about. He was making terrible, arrogant comments. He was saying he was bold. He was rude.
Okay, I wasn't here. Like again. So P Mars is gonna have these he's gonna have these attitudes where he's gonna be in a more serious mood to defend his faith, and then he's gonna be tired of it, and then he's gonna go on like maybe I'll just meme for a while about like Pop-Tarts therefore God or something. He has, just like all of us, he has a lot of different like code switching opportunities he's allowed, right? But like I don't know, like if mysticism is just guiding somebody in the way they already believe, I don't see why that's helpful if your end goal is to find the truth.
Well, that's not mysticism. That's just being a shepherd.
Yeah, but a shepherd of what? Like affirmations?
To guide people who are set in their ways into a different direction.
So you think being set in your ways is a good thing?
No.
Oh, you said a different direction. Got it. Then why? In what way, if you're guiding them in a different direction, are you just reconfirming what they already believe?
Because you can't make people disbelieve.
Yeah, you can.
Try me.
Well, it's quite impossible to tell a schizophrenic that the voices aren't real without proper medical treatment.
Yeah, so what philosophical points and reductives are going to be the linguistic proper medical treatment, right? If you've never convinced somebody in an argument, I'm sorry, but maybe you need to switch your tactics. Like Like if I rendered an argument, like what's your favorite food?
Well, I'm not trying to persuade someone's beliefs, obviously, but I'm not going to ridicule somebody for their own.
Oh, I'm not trying to ridicule people either, but like let's say that you hold that a mind did
no
not
comparison. This is a
stop.
fallacy.
You don't know what I'm trying to compare, so stop. Just let me go where I want to go and stop guessing.
Okay, let's say chicken tikka masala.
Okay, yeah. So if I rendered an argument right now that convinced you that chicken tikka masala was good, or that it was bad, you would either be convinced of that or you would not be convinced of that, right? That wouldn't be a choice that you were making. So if I ended up convincing you, it would be the case that you would be convinced that chicken tikka masala was bad. Do you agree?
Only if I was allergic to mushrooms, I suppose.
I would still like chicken tikka masala.
Yeah, you're just not engaging with my hypothetical. It's a tautology, right? It's just going to be trivially true that if I convinced you to no longer think that chicken tikka masala was good, you would no longer think that chicken tikka masala was good.
But what you're not understanding is
I really like chicken tikka masala?
what you're not understanding is that
No, but I really like it.
Good.
you can't
Please don't
just
order it for me.
convince people to abandon everything they've grown up with, everything they believe in, just because you're their spiritual leader. You can't just say you're all wrong. You can't do that. It's not gonna work.
When I said let's just rehash this dialectic, okay? And I'm gonna take your personification, right? What's your favorite food?
Are you asking me again?
Yeah. Just say chicken tikka masala again for the thought experiment.
Chicken tikka masala.
You're wrong. Is that gonna convince you?
No.
Oh, yeah, we agree. So why'd you say that?
Because there's no way to convince people.
If you were convinced, would you be convinced?
There's no way to convince people.
Look, just engage with me, right? If you believe that a mind did not create the universe, and I rendered to you an argument that made you convinced that a mind did create the universe, it would be true that you now are convinced that a mind created the universe. Is that right?
No, because
You're not engaging with me.
I am. What I'm saying.
A is A. Is that true?
Listen, dude.
No, please. You can talk after. A is A. Is that true? Let me land this point, and then you can talk for as long as you want. A is A. Is that true?
He wants no part of it.
Huh?
He wants no part of this.
Who does?
A is A? Who is that?
A equals A. Do you agree?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
A equals A?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. A
Okay. Listen, in a world where there's a red starburst, is there a red starburst?
In a world where there's a red starburst.
Is there a red starburst in that world?
Yes.
Okay, now, in a world where I convinced you that a mind created the universe, would it be true in that world that you were convinced that a mind created the universe? It's the same.
That's not a good analogy.
If your answer is no here, you just have some cognitive dissonance going on.
No, I think you do.
Okay, explain how A equals A, and I'm convinced that a God. Sorry. Wait, you can go when I'm done. You can go when I'm done. A equals A. If we substitute A for, if we define A as being convinced that a mind created the universe, we would agree that A equals A is identical to saying believing a mind created the universe equals believing a mind created the universe, right? So how are they disanalogous?
You don't seem to understand math.
I don't. And you know why? Because we're not fucking talking about math, so engage with me.
I'm just trying to tell you that it's very hard to convince people.
Very hard doesn't mean impossible, right?
But it's
very hard doesn't mean impossible.
It's near impossible.
You said you can't. Were you convinced at one time to go agnostic when you were 13?
Was I convinced?
Yeah.
I did it by myself.
Yeah, so you didn't do it while still being convinced that Christianity was true, right?
The point is,
No, answer that.
Christianity.
Answer that. I'm not going to let you run. Answer that. I'm not PMARS. Engage with me.
Say it again.
When you decided as a 13-year-old that you no longer believed that Christianity was true, so you said, I'm agnostic now. Were you convinced still that Jesus Christ was true when you were agnostic?
I think he was a person.
I don't care about that, right? I'm saying when you went
What
from
do you
being
mean it's true? What do you mean he was
it's true in the way that would make you go from being a Christian to not a Christian, right? In the way that is biblically powerful, right? So when you were a Christian, you believed he was a really cool guy, right? Then when you were agnostic, something changed in that belief, right?
Not really. I mean,
so you still believe that Jesus Christ is the son of the Father and God?
No.
Okay, so when did that belief change?
It never happened.
You were never a Christian?
No.
So when you said earlier that you were a Christian and you changed your mind,
I was raised
you were lying?
Christian. I was raised Christian.
Were you raised by a Christian, or were you raised and when you were being raised you were a Christian?
I was raised in
Okay, look, if
you
this whole
want
conversation,
answers, or do you just want to yell at me?
I don't want to yell at you, and you're right. I need to check my tone. Go ahead.
I was raised Christian in a Christian family, son of a pastor who had a church, and I went to church every Sunday, and when I was 13, I decided to stop going because I was just like, this just doesn't connect with me. And my dad was like, all right, cool.
Did you ever believe that the Christian God was true?
No, I don't believe.
Okay, so when you said that you changed to being agnostic at 13, you were being poetically like robust, right? You meant you realized you were agnostic, but you were agnostic your whole life?
Yeah, you could put it that way.
Okay, then this whole conversation was based on me thinking that you changed your belief, right? And then you saying that it's impossible for people to change their beliefs. So do you understand why, if that was my construal of your story, that it would be a weird thing for you to say that after you change your beliefs, you think that people can't change their beliefs?
Well, it's complicated because I used to do all the ceremonies, pray every night.
I want to hear about this. We answer my question. If I thought that you meant I was a believer and then I changed my belief, and then you also saying in the same breath, it's impossible to make people change their beliefs. Do you understand how I would be upset that you hold both those positions at the same time?
Well, you could.
I don't understand.
Let's say there's, for instance, let's say a cat is hanging, is raised with dogs, and the cat believes now that it is a dog. It acts like a dog, comes to the door, it fetches, it does the same thing that the dogs are doing. It may believe that, but it's still a cat.
Yeah, but the case where a cat has a false belief where a Christian... Wait, sorry. The case where a cat has a false belief where a Christian does not, is that if you could analyze what that cat meant by I'm a dog, if it meant something like I have the same DNA as a German Shepherd, it would have a false belief. But if it just meant I like to play fetch, okay, cool. You're just using the words different.
Okay.
But it's like
the same way,
like the Disney
when a
story
Christian
Fox and the Hound.
Sorry. There's another part of this analogy. How the cat differs from a Christian is that the cat believes something that doesn't align with their mental state. When a Christian says, "I believe that a mind created the universe," they're saying something that's true about what they believe, right? Whether the proposition is true or not, right?
So in my analogy and story, just think of me as the opposite of my father's congregation. I was never meant for believing in all that, but the congregation was, and they just believed.
What's your theory of knowledge? What's a position that you hold that you think is true?
The scientific method.
Okay. So you don't like. Do you? What do you think? How do you define knowledge?
What we observe over and over and over.
Okay. So you don't hold to some like. Okay, so let's say that you think that knowledge is something that we observe over and over and over and over, right? And I convince you that there are going to be some cases where, you can have a belief that something happens over and over and over and over and over and over and over, but you won't have a good justification for thinking that, even if it's true, or you might not have a justification for it, and it might not be true. Right?
That's an example of Stockholm syndrome.
Okay. So
wait, is the host atheist?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's just make it sure, because I was trying to figure out where you were coming from here.
Yeah, so let's say that you hold to some repetitive demonstratability version of the word knowledge, and I convince you that if what you're trying to explain is this thing where we come to know things, aka knowledge, right? You're not going to be exhausting the necessary and sufficient conditions to meet the criteria that I think that you would yourself consider knowledge, right? So I convince you that you need a justified true belief in order to have knowledge, or I convince you that like you have a correspondence theory of knowledge where knowledge and truth is that which comports to reality, right? If you were convinced now that repeatability and demonstratability isn't knowledge, it's just a high degree of certainty, and in fact justified true beliefs are knowledge, you would change your view, right?
Well, the thing about the scientific method is it doesn't prove anything.
I'm not talking about the scientific method.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to put it in context.
Okay, go ahead.
So even when something is proven time and time and time and time and time again, it's still called a theory because the scientific mind is always open to new possibilities or new knowledge. Religion is not.
Is there any way I can jump in here real fast?
Yeah, but if what you say takes us away from like the middle ground here, I might have you wait, but go ahead.
No. It's relevant. But like knowledge in improving. I don't know. Sorry, there's like an echo.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Knowledge and like proving and knowledge are like basically Whew. Okay. They're just terms that we use that like. At least from my perspective, I don't know what anybody else's view are, but I don't think you can actually prove anything or you can actually justify it.
Certainty is not required for knowledge. I agree. Right. And I agree that science doesn't prove things, it demonstrates them to a high degree of reliability. I understand.
All it is just evidence. It's just providing evidence. Just the same way if someone says, hey, prove to me that you exist, the correct answer is I can't, but I can provide evidence that I do.
Well, so this is probably a good thing to bring up because is it Luciducer? Sorry, could you say that again?
Luciducer.
Okay, Luciducer, yeah. So the scientific method, right? You've said yourself, right? It's inductive, right? We don't we're trying to generalize. We're trying to find things in the world using the data that we've got. So we're trying to generalize to contexts that we've not been in, like the future, for example. And this means that we can't have certain knowledge, right? Because we simply haven't been in those contexts. And then you also speak about how, new evidence, we can test things over and over again. And then The idea is that we keep an open mind, and that's because new evidence could come along to change our belief. So it seems that if you're happy with the scientific method doing that, and that some of our fundamental beliefs will be scientific ones, it seems that you also agree that fundamental beliefs can be changed, right?
Exactly, and a distinction
you're
between
open-
sorry, 1 second. A distinction between the words that Derrick was using, where proof and knowledge. I cannot prove to you that I exist, but I can prove to you, or I can know that I exist.
I think you can believe that you know you exist, but I mean that's just
Why do people keep bringing up secondary beliefs today?
Yeah.
what do you mean?
this-
Yeah, you can believe that you're convinced that you have an intuition that the proposition is correct, that you have a belief about it. Yeah, sure. But why can't you just say that I know I exist because I have a justified true belief?
Well, I mean, it's more so just making the distinction between the colloquially used terms and like what they 100% mean, like what they accurately mean.
Wait, when you say what they accurately mean, when I say I know I exist, are you saying know there has some accurate meaning?
Well, I'm saying no is like you said, no knowledge is like knowing something is just a justified true belief. Like it's just so you can justify a
But
belief.
I could hold the correspondence theory of truth, right?
Yeah, but you're saying truth is in accordance with reality, right?
On a correspondence theory, yeah.
So,
Do you
like,
think he
are there
knows
things? Are there like? Can you know that something is true, or can you hold a belief that something is true, but it's actually not in accordance with reality?
Yes, of course, which is why I'm not a correspondence theorist, right? I think it's true that unicorns have one horn, but that doesn't comport with reality, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. But you just asked about knowledge, and like
No, I didn't. I didn't ask about knowledge. I said with confidence that I can know that I exist, and I can show you how I know that.
Well, you're saying it's a justified true belief, but you still can't prove the truth.
Look, I am experiencing, right? I'm not saying my experience is reliable, or I'm not being deceived, or I wasn't created 10 seconds ago with all my memories, or that I'm not in the matrix, or blah 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 solipsism, blah blah fucking blah. I'm sick of it. Get rid of it. Okay? I am experiencing. For me to say that I don't exist, aka I'm not experiencing, I would have to parse that out using my current experience. So I know that I exist, right? Because I have justification, aka my experience. I have a belief, right? That's furnished through my sense data, whether that's unreliable or not. And it's true that I exist because I'm experiencing.
Well, you're saying
I
that
would
you have
say it's
with
a
your sense
theory.
data, like to
The
exist.
theory that you exist.
Well,
Yeah.
to exist is just to have objective reality or being. So, like that's
Wait, what?
exist. Like the definition of exist is have objective reality or being.
I don't agree.
That's the consensus definition on. It's the Oxford language definition of exist.
Okay, but like, is that the standard in like the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy? I don't care about the dictionary definition. I care about the philosophically robust definitions.
Okay, so if you go with the philosophically robust definition and I go with the Oxford definition of exist, have objective reality or being, then how
Okay,
does
so you agree that Platonists exist, right?
meaning
They think that abstract objects are real.
they're real as insofar as they're concepts of somebody's
No,
mind.
they think that they're real.
I don't believe that they're like real. I only believe.
I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying that Platonists think that they are real.
Right. Oh, I mean that's fine if they believe that. I mean I'm just saying. I
Yeah,
don't.
but you see that they would be using exist there. Platonic objects exist, and they wouldn't be saying objectively or something like.
Well, they would subjectively exist objectively.
So okay, so we agree that the definition isn't that useful, right?
Well, I mean, you can have something that exists subjective of a mind.
They would say objectively. Yeah, you're right, Mitch. No, they would say yeah, because that's what fucking Platonism means.
My thoughts are objectively false, but maybe
I'm confused. It's me.
Subjectively, my
Yeah. So wait, rehash
creation
this because
in
I
my
was
mind.
fighting for a position that is not Platonism. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm just saying, like, whatever is in our thoughts is subjective. What do you consider objective?
Yeah, but if somebody
What?
holds a thought that's subjective, like if somebody holds an opinion, they are objectively holding that opinion. So you can objectively hold a subjective thought, or you actually do objectively hold a subjective thought anytime you hold any sort of thought.
Well, I just call those people assholes.
No.
Objectivity, I would say, is based on the scientific method.
No.
Even then,
No.
it can be subjective.
Objective is mind independent. Subjective is mind dependent.
Yeah, right. But like objective is just trying to say fact. Subjective is trying to say not fact.
No, what?
Even,
Do you think?
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
Are you
sorry.
saying that-
even with the scientific
Are you
method,
saying that objective is not the?
Wait, imagine me trying to say something and you guys interrupting me, asking me what I'm trying to say, right? Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, do you think pizza tastes good, Derrick?
I subjectively think that pizza tastes good. Yes.
Yeah. Is it objectively true that you have that opinion?
It's objectively true that I subjectively believe that pizza is good. I think that's
Okay. So when you said the truth is that which is objective,
right.
and you just used subjectively true.
It's subjectively. It's like objective that I subjectively hold that opinion.
Yeah, but the subjective there
It's
means.
not.
subjectively, I like pizza.
I am like it's in
Is it a
accordance.
fact that you like pizza?
It is a fact that I hold the opinion that I like pizza.
Look, stop saying extra stuff. You can say that after.
If you say
No. Look, tell me where my question is missing data that you would need to answer it. Do you like pizza?
yes,
Is it a fact that you like pizza?
no.
It's not a subjective fact that you like pizza?
It's objective that I subjectively hold the opinion that I like pizza.
Look, saying subjective facts exist and objective facts exist.
I'm not
is
saying
just
that subjective facts exist. I'm saying that
Is
objectively.
it true that you subjectively like pizza?
Is it true that
I don't care about
yes.
objectively.
Yes, it's
only
true.
subjectively. Only subjectively. Is it true? Is it a fact that subjectively you like pizza?
Yes, it is. It's an objective.
Stop saying
fact.
objective. You can say that after. I'm trying to point out to you why saying that is wrong, and you keep insisting on saying it. Right. Okay. Just let me do this, and then after, if it's wrong, tell me how.
Okay.
Is it a subjective fact that you think pizza tastes yum good?
Is a subjective fact.
Yes, no, or I don't know.
I'm looking up. I'm trying to make sure because I don't want to.
Wait, stop! Don't look it
Answer
up.
the
You've already
fucking
You've already used the word, so obviously you had some meaning in mind.
So how are you defining subjective fact when you say
Mind dependent and true.
Can there be objective can there be objective components of a mind?
Yeah. Well.
Okay, then yes, it's a subjective fact that I hold that I like pizza.
Okay. So earlier, when you said facts mean objective, we found out that you have a more robust idea of what fact can mean, because in fact, you do hold to there being true subjective states of affairs.
Can I falsely hold?
Yes.
An opinion?
Yes.
I can falsely hold. It could be false
That's what subjective means.
No, it doesn't. You got wait. Stop that. Stop that. Lucid, we're making progress right here, and you just shit all over it. Okay, go, Derrick.
What I'm saying is, and I want to make this abundantly clear, we're talking about facts or component, or we're talking about objective components. There, like you just said, it can be objective that there are components of the mind, but those components of a mind are mind dependent. So would that make them subjective or objective?
That's a contradiction.
No, it is not. It's if there are components.
I can tell you how. Listen.
Are there?
No, stop. I made a claim, and I'm gonna provide evidence. When you said, "What do you mean by objective and subjective?" I said, "Objective means mind independent, and subjective means mind dependent." So when you just said that things in the mind can be objective, but they're going to be mind dependent, that's going to say that things in the mind can be mind independent, yet they're mind dependent. That's a contradiction, right?
So
or are you
are we talking about?
Sorry, Lucid. That wasn't a good time for you to go.
I was gonna say, is this independent of the existence of a mind or independent of the influence of a mind?
Simplicator, mind. In a
No,
world where no,
is
in a
it
world,
okay?
sorry,
But there
like
could
like
there
listen, look. This the starburst example from earlier, right? That starburst would be true whether minds existed or not.
right.
Okay, that would be objective, right?
Okay.
Starburst that starburst. Let's say that somebody pops a couple people in that world. They eat that starburst. They say yum yum, so good. That's going to be subjective, right?
Right.
Because
Okay.
it's indexed
Can
to
I,
their preference. But no, so wait, sorry, I'm landing. That's going to be subjective because it's indexed to their preference, but it's going to be true that they have that preference, aka a fact that state of affairs aligns with their mental content. Yeah, Mitch, you can help. Yeah.
is it in accordance with an objective? You say would you say oh shit, my bad. So you said objective is hold on, let me. So not influence. So if I look up the definition of objective, it's not influence.
I'm saying I'm using it mind independent. That's what I mean.
Okay, but when you say mind independent, I've heard that definition before. But when we're talking about what that actually means, that like the Oxford language, which is what I accept, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. This does not mean independent of the existence of a mind. Means independent of the influence. It's not influenced by the mind. That's what objective means.
Okay, well then you're not arguing against me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not even sure that matters, right?
I can show that why that matters. Hold on, give me one
Wait,
second.
no, Derrick.
Something is in the.
Yeah, the reason it doesn't matter is because if I say objective and I mean purple, you saying objective means mind dependent feelings isn't addressing me.
But what I'm saying is there are things that can happen in someone's mind and they objectively happened independent of how I feel about them.
Well, look,
that's nonsense. Let Mitch go. Let Mitch go.
How is it? Wait, hold on. Like, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm not.
Wait, what I mean by it's nonsense is I didn't understand it. Let Mitch go so he can try and resolve this difference.
I understand, but there are things that I wanted to say, but I'm not getting to say because I keep getting interrupted. What I'm saying
is, you keep using words the way that I'm not using them. So if you're talking to me,
I'm saying you're using them wrong, and I'm trying to explain to you, and you're not allowing me to explain.
What the fuck does it mean to use a word wrong, though? Right?
Because by the way that it's colloquially used and how it's agreed upon its definition.
Okay, so when I say that's badass, you think I mean defective butt cheek?
No, I'm saying when
what
you say
do I mean when I say
it's
badass?
a concept. It's a concept.
Wait, Derrick. That's not so. And by the way, I feel like and I get it. I completely get it. But I feel like you're in a mode where you're listening to reply. So you're just waiting to say the next thing, not necessarily listening. And I get it. The mode, right? We're heightened. We're all heightened at the moment. It's cool. But if Zach is saying that his definition is objective means mind independent. First of all, there is no that's a standard definition in philosophy. Like if you go to like Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, or you go to any of the other like actual philosophical dictionaries, you will just find it in there as something like that. You won't even find the modern usage very often in like standard textbooks. So the modern usage is more like stance independent, sorry, but you don't really see that. It is mind independent. And the thing is, the Oxford definition that you read isn't necessarily, it's compatible with that, right? So absent of the influence of a mind, well, if a mind didn't exist, it also would be a situation where the mind wasn't enacting influence. So it's still compatible. But then, yeah, there is no way you can come to somebody who's using a definition and tell them they're doing it wrongly, right? You're either willing to engage with them on their terms and discuss the concepts, or you're just going to be having a semantic debate. You're just going to, yeah.
Hey, wait, Derrick. You remember when he said you're listening to respond? And then when he was talking to you about that, you were in the comments replying to me instead of listening? Isn't that crazy?
I want to ask Mitch, do you feel like there's been a decline in objectivity in recent years?
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Am I not allowed to? I don't know if I was muted or if you guys couldn't hear me, but I was going to try to respond to what Mitch said. But I was trying to say that yeah, no, I can give a synopsis of what Mitch said if I need to. Like
Well, yeah.
because I was listening.
If you,
I wasn't
if
just
you
listening
agree.
to respond. I was listening to hear what he had to say. But no, what I'm trying to say is when it says not influence, and this is just when I'm using that definition of objective, like the Oxford Language's definition, when I say not influenced by personal feelings, meaning if someone walks up to me and they said, I hold this opinion that I like trains, is it objective? Like not like meaning, is it objective in terms of they are actually holding this opinion? If I ask you, is it either true or false that this person is holding this opinion?
It's
Like,
subjective.
right? Wait, hold on. It's either true or false that they are holding this opinion, independent of my feelings of if they hold this opinion or not.
Well, it's not your so here's the issue, right? But first, I mean, something was said earlier. I don't know if you conceded or not that subjective does not mean not fact, and objective means fact. Do you agree that that was that's typically not how those terms are used?
A fact, because I never I always like to look up the definitions of the words that. So a thing that is known or proven to be true. Could it?
So,
Well, I mean,
okay,
you're saying
It's something that's true, right? It's something that
people, and 30 of them love trains.
Wait, Lucida, I don't think this is going to help. I'm so sorry. It's because this is in the middle of the dialogue.
70 of them hate trains.
I'm sorry. I don't think it's going to help. But so you said subjective equals non-fact, objective equals fact. You probably don't agree to those definitions, having thought about it, right? Because a fact is just a true proposition, and what makes a proposition true is going to be the thing that determines whether it's subjective or objective, right? If it's made true by something that is independent of a mind or a mind's influence, then like any mind's influence, then it is objective, right? But if it's subjective, if it's only true if and only if that person actually holds that opinion, then it is based on that mind, right? Can you see that?
No,
So
I know. I
the
have
thing
no
that
problem with
makes
that.
pizza, yeah, right. The thing that makes I like pizza, right? The thing that makes that a fact is that I like pizza. It's the subjective view. The truth maker is the alignment of my subjective state with the proposition. So that's why it's mind dependent, right?
But what
Influenced by the mind. If my mind did not, yeah. Sorry, I'm just landed. I know.
You're good. Sorry, my bad.
So if for example, it was the case that either my mind didn't exist or that I simply didn't like pizza, then those two things would influence the truth of the proposition Mitch likes pizza, right? So that's why the truth maker is subjective and the proposition is a subjective fact, if and only if it's true, right?
So, okay. I mean, there's multiple different directions where I'm trying to figure out where like my line of questioning. I want to say so if nobody exists on no sentient mind exists on the planet Earth, it would still be it would be objective truth that the moon still exists if it did exist, if it really did exist, right? That's perfectly fine. Like if it was there, it would still be an objective truth.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. If a mind exists, would it be objectively true that a mind existed?
Yeah.
So that truth, you just said yes. So it is objectively truth that a mind exists, but it's dependent on a mind existing for it to be objectively true. But you just said that it's mind independent.
But that's because the truth so if we have to look at it like not all sentences concerning the same topic have the same truth makers. So if you say a mind exists and there exists at least one mind, then that's just made true by some ontological fact, right? If there's a way of going out there and so maybe brains are reducible to minds, right? Maybe we can go out there and we can just see, is there an operational brain in the world? Maybe that's our own brain, right? If we're like, oh, we can observe our own brain, we can observe our own mind. There exists at least one. It's not the truth maker of that isn't stance dependent, right? But if I'm like that mind, if I say that mind likes ice cream, or that mind thinks X is wrong, then what's going to make that true is that opinion is held. So that's why it becomes stance dependent.
Well, it becomes stance dependent insofar as that someone is like holding that stance. Like there is a person or a mind that is holding that stance. That like it, but is it true or is it objective or subjective?
No.
Wait, hold
So
on,
that's
hold
a
on, hold on.
different
I'm not
claim.
done. I'm not done. I'll let you speak. Hold on. Let me go. Hold on. Let me
Who's
go.
holding the stance?
Hold on. But wait.
I'm trying to clarify. Who's holding the stance?
A mind.
That a
There,
mind exists?
like the only thing that can hold a stance is a mind. I don't know why. Like, but that's
So
what I'm
then,
saying.
in a world, hold on, just to clarify, in a world where no minds exists, and we say
Mhm.
something like the moon exists, is there anybody holding that stance?
No, it's that stance independent. It exists irrespective of mind of existing.
AKA
So then,
objective.
Yeah.
who's making the proposition of a moon exists, and then somebody verifying that it does exist?
Nobody is making that proposition. I mean, like, are in the hypothetical that there are no minds. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there
So
is
like
no
nobody's
mind to
making
make
a
that
proposition.
stance.
So like,
It's stance.
yeah, but you're making like there's this weird shift that you're doing in the dialectic where you're pointing to some object in the world and then asking a question or making an analysis of a proposition whether it exists, right? And then affirming that it does exist, and saying, well, that affirmation is mind independent. But then
What?
when you change that object in the world to it be some kind of agent or a brain, then all of a sudden it becomes mind dependent, the proposition of whether it exists. And that's kind of like a weird shift that you're doing.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is if a mind does exist, like if a mind is in existence, like if a mind is like actually existing and it holds a stance, it has some sort of opinion or has some sort of thought, irrespective of
Yeah,
other
so
minds. Hold
then
on.
that's
I'm
the
not
shift.
done.
That's the
I'm
shift right
allowing
there.
you. Wait, I will allow you to
Yeah,
speak. Just let
that's
me
the
say what
shift
I'm
right
saying. Okay, I will allow you to speak. You can say that's the shift. You can say whatever you want. I'm allowing you to speak. I know I would like afforded the same respect. Anyway, if someone is holding in a position while like if a mind does exist, if there is a mind in existence and it holds a stance, irrespective of other people's stances on that mind, it would be a objective fact that it holds that stance.
Okay, great. So like, are we talking about the stance that the mind holds, or are we talking about whether the entity of a mind exists? Because those are two different
The
things.
stance that the mind holds is objectively the stance that the mind holds, irrespective of other minds' opinion on whether it holds that stance.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's a different question.
No,
That's a
that
different
is what I've
question,
been
right?
saying
Because
this
it's a
entire
different.
time.
hold on,
That is what I've
It's a
been
different
saying this
question.
entire
It
time.
can be.
let me explain.
stuff in 3 chairs.
Yeah, let me explain the difference, right? Because a stance is just going to be that particular agent's like opinion on something, right? Some fact of the world
Right.
or something, right? But we're not asking whether the content of that agent's mind, i.e., the stance, is objective or subjective, right? Because I think we're all going to agree that the content or that like agent's stance is going to be subjective. What we're asking is looking outward, like looking from the outside, whether a mind exists, the same way that we ask whether the moon exists. And that's going to be an objective fact. That's not going to be subjective, right? The content of the mind is going to be subjective, but not whether the mind exists. I think that's
That
kind
was
of like where the
that was
confusion
very
is.
that, yeah that
No,
was very well put, Jim.
wait,
Yeah, that's
wait. It's going to be. So when you're saying that it's going to be subjective, are you saying that it is an opinion that it exists?
I'm saying
Are
that the
you saying that it's
content, yeah, I'm saying that the content that the mind holds, right? Like the stance that the mind holds is going to be subject or indexed to that mind,
so?
but not the fact that the mind exists. Those are two different things.
But not the fact that the mind exists. But what about the stance that it's holding?
Yeah, so that's a different question, right? We're pointing at two different entities.
Oh no!
One thing
This entire time
yeah,
we've been talking about the definition of what subjective and objective mean, and
right,
one
right.
was talking about the
I'm saying
the existence of a mind.
in the example, we're pointing at two different things, right? In the example, we're pointing at whether the mind simplicator exists, right? And that's going to be an objective fact.
What?
But
No.
what you're
What?
asking is, hold on, let me just land. What you're asking is whether the content of the mind, like the stances that the mind holds, if that's going to be subjective or objective, right? Because just to clarify, like when we're talking about in philosophical terms, whether something is objective, meaning mind independent, like not dependent on somebody's opinion or stances, or whether it's subjective, depending on somebody's opinion or stances, right? That's the difference. So like the stance or the opinion that the mind holds is going to be subjective insofar that, well, analytically, it's going to be the person's stance or opinion.
So I got a
Now the
question.
fact,
So
now hold on, let me just land. Now the fact whether it exists, not the content of it, but whether it exists out in the world as an entity, the same way the moon exists, that's going to be independent of anybody's opinions, whether it exists or not, right? Like Mitch was saying, that's going to be some kind of like ontological fact.
okay, so why is like I don't know why this is even in contention, but why is the consensus of like philosophy completely different from the I guess the standard dictionary definition of it, which is wait, hold on. You guys keep telling me not to cut you off, and then I get cut off. But I'm saying because the Oxford dictionary definition is talking about not it says of a person or their judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. But you guys are asserting the definition is objective is the existence, not the influence, the existence. That's what I'm trying to.
First of all, we're not asserting that that's the definition. We are cooperating. We're handshaking with you, saying, if we want to talk about these words, and you're going to ask about my stance, I'm using, when I say this mouth sound, I mean this mental content, right? So, but the reason that the dictionary definition and the standard encyclopedia of philosophy definition are going to be different is because the dictionary's purpose is to provide communicatory utility, and the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's purpose is going to be to expound upon these philosophically robust and hard to explain concepts. So maybe we're running out of words and we find out some other different stances that aren't. Maybe we find out objective and subjective isn't a true dichotomy, or we find out that paraconsistent logic is true or something, and we need to start using words like, I don't know, Lollipop Tuesday to refer to some other stance that you could have toward a fact, right? Just because Lollipop and Tuesday are referring to some way that people can talk about, their groceries or what day of the week it is, doesn't mean that in the terms of a philosophical conversation, they're going to have very fleshed out and very thought about and very robust meanings. Does that answer your question?
No, I mean, I asked you earlier, are there objective components to the mind? And you said yes. When I asked you that, I said, are there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that is dependent of a mind, correct?
No.
Okay, so the same way that objective components...
Ask me, are there objective components of the mind again?
Are there objective components to the mind?
Yes.
I came up here to talk about science. Sorry,
Lucid. Sorry. Can you read? Sorry, Lucid. Can you read? Can you read the room? Okay. So, Derrick, listen.
Can I read the room?
Bro, just be quiet for a minute, okay? We haven't gotten to an agreement yet.
I can leave. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. It's been very nice having you up here. So, listen, Derrick. Are there objective components to a mind? Yes. The stances and preference they have are not on that list of objective things about the mind. We're going to be talking about like water and meat and veins and neurons and stuff or something, right?
So is a stance of a mind the component of a mind?
Yeah, but it's not one of the objective components of a mind.
So that can change based off of someone's opinion?
Yeah. Wait. Sorry. Don't hold me to that because...
Is it factual that someone can hold a stance?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, is it factual that someone can hold a stance?
Yeah. But right there lets me know that you're still using factual as objective or something. Like factual can be subjective. It's not.
What
It's not a.
what's a subjective fact?
You like fucking pizza because when you say I like pizza, you're not lying, right?
Is it objectively true that I like pizza in accordance with
Listen,
reality?
listen. You didn't ask me about objective truth, right? You asked me about subjective truth.
No,
When
I
you
didn't.
say
I asked you about objective
subjective
truth.
facts, subjective facts.
Subjective facts, subjective. Oh, but I'm saying if
Listen. When you say I like pizza, are you being truthful?
wait, if I say I like pizza, am I being truthful?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, when you say I like pizza, are you lying or being deceitful?
I'm being truthful.
So are you being deceitful?
No, I'm not being
Okay, so you're saying a true thing. So it's a fact. Right?
right.
Okay, so when we say facts are objective, that's not true, right? It turns out you think also facts can be subjective because when you say I like pizza, you're not lying to us.
Okay, but what when you're saying subjective truth, that's almost like like you're saying that someone's opinion can influence whether something is like I guess somebody's opinion could influence whether something's true if the statement is I like pizza, but then they're actually lying. So it's like that would be based off of like whether they actually do like pizza or not. But whether it is true, actually true, like whenever we're trying to discern what is actually true, like what is actually happening, what is actually
when you say I like pizza, is that actually true?
yes, that would actually be true.
Okay, so you can keep going if that wasn't relevant, but I think that stopped your point.
I mean, can I? I mean, I can factually hold that, like like opinion. I could factually hold that, and that would like independent of your influence of my mind, I would still be holding that opinion. But it is still true that independent of the existence of a mind outside of my mind would still be. It would still be true that I hold the opinion that I like pizza. But
I just thought of something that might help if I can try it out.
okay.
So, in the red starburst example or the moon example, you agree that those things are objective, but you're using your mind right now to put yourself in that hypothetical space, right? Where there are no minds. But you are still using your mind to go into that hypothetical world and say, okay, no minds are in this world because we're going to just pretend my mind doesn't exist. And in that world where no minds exist, but I'm using my mind to access that hypothetical mental space, there exists a moon, and that's objectively true, right?
Wait, hold on. Say that again. You said that. You kind of fired that off quickly. I didn't.
Sorry. Yeah, so I'm really. It just came to me as an idea, and I'm really excited. Sorry. So, you agree, in the red starburst example, or the moon example, we're stipulating that no minds exist, but you're using your mind to pretend like you're in that world, and you're saying no minds exist. I'm just going to pretend like my mind isn't the one that's making me be able to even think about this hypothetical. Given that no minds exist in this hypothetical world, because I'm pretending my mind doesn't exist, the moon is still objectively there. Is that right?
I'm trying to follow. You're saying what? Like, hold on. You're saying if I'm thinking of a hypothetical world, right? Is that like I just want to follow you? If I'm thinking of a hypothetical world and something doesn't actually exist, like outside of a mind, but I'm thinking, are you saying if I'm thinking of the moon in my mind, like does it actually exist?
Yeah, like basically in that hypothetical world where no minds exist, and then we utter the proposition the moon exists, like there's a mind uttering the proposition and making the analysis that a moon exists, right?
There is a mind that is uttering the analysis that a moon does exist. Yeah, like that. Okay.
Yeah, but because go ahead, Jim.
No, that was the point. I was just trying to clarify. You could pick up from there.
Yeah, so because we're stipulating that using my mind, I got a big mind, I got a big brain, right? You tell me no minds exist in this weird little la la land, boom, I can pretend that, right? You say a moon exists there, I can agree a moon exists there, even if no minds exist there, even though I'm using my mind to access that hypothetical space, right?
Uh-huh.
In the same way, you say, in a world where only one mind exists, right? and a rock exists, that rock is objectively true, right? Because we're using our outside of that world knowledge to peep into that world and say that rock exists. Okay, boom. Let's say that the
You
mind that
just
exists in that
lost
world.
me. I don't know. You said something about one mind existing and then a rock exists. It would still be objective that rock exists, right? Is that what you just asked?
Yeah, exactly. Let's say that the mind that exists isn't observing the rock, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We're peeping in that hypothetical world where on one side of the universe there's a mind and on the other side of the universe there's a rock. Okay. It would be true that that rock exists because even though we're using our mind to peep into that hypothetical space, we're just stipulating that that there are no stances there, right? And in the same way, when we're using our mind to peep into that hypothetical world, the fact that the mind exists over there is going to be objectively true about that world because we can point to that rock and we can point to that mind.
But is that mind dependent of the mind Like, does it depend on the mind
No.
existing? Wait. I'm asking.
Go ahead.
Does it depend on the mind existing for it to be objectively true?
It would have to exist to be objectively true.
But
Because
right, but I'm saying it's either true or false. It's either objectively true or it's either not objectively true. So would it depend on that mind existing?
Wait, it seems like you're going back to this objective means true, subjective means false thing again.
Objective is just not influenced. Well, I guess that's begging the question then. Okay, well, then, I mean,
Yeah, but like, look, in that example, when we're pointing to a mind, right? It's not as if though that mind we're pointing to is influencing us determining whether the mind exists, right? This is just kind of like we're just pointing to an object in the world and determining whether it exists or not.
Yeah, right. Like let's say that you hypothetically in your mind you have an invisible baseball bat in that world, and you go over. If you tap that rock, your baseball bat's not going to go through that rock. It's going to hit that rock because that rock objectively is real, right?
Right.
You go over to that mind on the other side, tap that thing with your baseball bat. Somebody's getting a concussion, right? It's not like it doesn't exist. It does exist objectively. And if we were to be able to, I didn't lose you just there, did I? Did that make sense?
No. You're saying that if you smash the rock, it objectively got smashed. If you smash somebody's brain, they objectively got smashed. Their brain.
Yeah. So that brain exists objectively, right? We agreed to that now. Okay.
Yes.
Now let's say that we have like this marshmallow Nerf dart gun where if you pew something with it, your consciousness is transferred into their consciousness, and you guys swap consciousnesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you zap the rock with that gun or that device, okay, you would no longer be experiencing, because it's not like something to be a rock, right? But it's like something to be Derrick. So, but you would have no experience, right? If we go over to that mind and you zap that mind with that device, even though the mind is objectively real, the brain is objectively real in that world. If you were to zap it with that device, you would be trading places with whatever mental content that mind is able to furnish, right? So you would then maybe you wouldn't think pizza tastes good because that mind isn't developed in a way that would, like pizza, or maybe in that world they like drink gasoline for food, or I don't know, but like, does that make sense?
Not really. Like, I don't know where you're going with this. I think
So I guess I should have stopped at the baseball bat thing because I think that really hit the point home.
I mean, like I said, I think you're kind of straying further from I think you
wait. You agree that if you womp on that rock, it's gonna ding make a sound?
Yes, objectively, yes.
And we're agreeing that if you hit something with a bat and it makes a sound, it's objectively real.
Yes, it's objectively and independent of.
So yeah, because you liking pizza, I can't hit that preference with a bat and it won't make a sound, right?
You said you can't objectively hit my opinion?
Yeah.
No,
if I swung at your opinion, it wouldn't make a sound, right? Because it's nothing, right? It's mental content.
I mean, you could smash my brain, which would.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that though. I'm talking about the proposition. I like pizza.
That's not a physical thing.
Cool. Yeah. So when we go into that hypothetical world where the rock,
it doesn't have to be. I want to be clear. It doesn't have to be something. Doesn't have to be physical or like
I agree. I agree. But in the way that we're using it, I think it's well enough for us to furnish this conversation. I don't want to bring up physicalism or anything like that. I don't care. So in this world, when we hit this rock, it goes ding, makes the sound, right? We go over to this mind, hit that with the brain, it's gonna go or something like that, right? Gonna make a sound.
Yeah.
So both of those things are objectively real. Would you agree?
Yes, I would objectively. If
Okay,
that actually happened, I would agree that it objectively happened.
So that mind is going to be objectively real, even though if you were take to, that mind has answers. That mind is objectively real.
Yeah, the mind that was inside of the brain that you smashed would be objectively real. Yes.
Okay, boom. I think we agree now. Was that amazing? Is the baseball bat analogy goated?
That you literally did not even that did not refute anything that I've said up until this point.
No, it just made you understand what we were talking about when you've been hopelessly confused this whole time.
No, I mean I've been listening intently. I mean I've been listening.
I'm just kidding. Hey, I'm just kidding. I'm no longer emotionally invested in this. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings or anything. I'm just saying that a lot of people on this panel, I'm not saying that because I know them and I know they're philosophically very well inclined that maybe you had a correct position and they all didn't. I'm just saying that it all seemed to me like whenever somebody chimed in, they were tracking with the opinion of the former person, right?
Uh-huh.
And it was like you were saying all these people disagree with me. It's time for me to change all of their minds, right? When I was just saying this is how I'm using the word objective, and you were saying that's not the real definition.
Well, that's not how it's generally used. I'm just letting you know that.
Yeah, I'm agreeing that it's not generally used that way, right? I'm saying
it doesn't say anything. It really doesn't. It really doesn't say much.
I'm saying objective means red starburst. If I rob a 7-Eleven, do I have a chance of getting something objective, aka red starburst?
Is there a use for that definition of objective?
I don't care if there's a use for it. I'm using it now.
So you're just kind of doing something.
I don't care about this. I don't care. Just answer my question. If I say objective means red starburst and I rob a 7-Eleven, do I have a chance of getting something objective?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, I agree. So we agree that even though I'm using a stupid version of the word, that's the mental content I'm trying to furnish when I make the mouth sound.
So you agree that it's a stupid version of the word?
Yeah, of course it's a stupid definition to make objective means red starburst. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about. I thought you were saying the stupid version, meaning the philosophical.
No. I think that you are just in dialectical circles, and we are in philosophical circles. So we think that there's just an empirical claim that's at stake.
I'm just saying when you're saying that something when it makes a lot more sense just dealing with the world and trying to come to conclusions and what is true and what is not. It makes a lot more sense to use objective as independent of the influence of a mind rather than the existence. I don't think
that weirdly that's going to be your opinion, which is subjective, and it's going to be the case that I don't share that opinion. Right? There's going to be some empirical claim over if you use a word to mean this thing, how much utility is it going to provide? I don't care about that. When I'm talking to philosophy people about philosophy stuff, and they say necessary, and by necessary they just mean needed or something, I'm going to look at them like they're dumb as fuck. Even though if somebody says that water is necessary for you to live, they mean that it's needed for you to live. That's not what we're talking about when we say necessary. We mean true in all possible worlds. And it's not the case that it's true in all possible worlds that you need water to live. So if you say water is necessary to live to somebody who's inclined to philosophical language and the literature, they're just going to look at you like you're a dumbass.
Yeah. Right, but my problem.
I mean, it's sorry, Derrick. Sorry.
I just want. Hold on. Hold on. I was just.
It's 3 seconds.
Hold on, Mitch. 1 second. I just wanted to respond. Hold on.
Mitch, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to give him this one, and then if he gives me one back later, because it's been a while.
Go ahead, Derrick.
Well, you said what?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Let's see. So, fuck. What was it? Okay. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. My bad. But anyway, so earlier, so you guys have been saying independent of the influence, independent of the existence of a mind, correct?
No,
I think both are compatible.
Well, I'm saying. Wait, you said your definition of objective is independent of the existence of a mind, correct?
I said mind independent or
mind
stance
independent. All right, but is that what that means, right?
Both of those situations qualify as being mind independent.
What situation?
So it's either the case that a mind doesn't exist to influence something, or a mind isn't the influence. A mind isn't the truth maker. In either world, the mind isn't the truth maker. The point is that if the mind is not the truth maker of the proposition, then the proposition is an objective one.
Yeah, but there can be a true proposition about the mind that is objective, meaning like
So
its
there are
existence.
existential. So this might help. There are existential claims, right? And existential claims talk about, you format them like there exists a, and then you say the thing like, so you can say like there exists a mop such that it is in my kitchen, or there exists a mind such that it likes pizza, and these are all objects. A mind such that it likes pizza is just an object, right? Now, if I say that mind likes pizza, I'm not making an existential claim anymore. I'm not saying there exists a mind, right? I'm saying this mind likes pizza. And that is predicating on the mind, right? Existence isn't a predicate. I'm not predicating on the mind by saying there exists a mind such. I'm qualifying it as something that exists. That's objective. When I'm talking about the mind, when I say the mind believes X, what makes that statement true is if that mind holds that opinion, right? So now it's influenced by the mind, and it can only be influenced by the mind if the mind exists. So those two claims are always kind of, you can have minds existing and still not influencing things, but the idea is that it really doesn't matter if you take the mind away. If it's not influencing it, it's admissible whether it exists or not. You can still imagine a world where the moon exists, independent, or it's independent of us whether we exist or not, right? So it really, that bit of I tried to clear this up earlier, it really doesn't matter whether you're saying mind dependent, mind independent of existence, or mind independent of influence, whatever. They're subdivisions of just being mind independent or mind dependent. Does that make sense? That bit?
So I'm going to try to like follow exactly what you're saying. So are you saying that it can be either one or the, it can be interchangeable depending on the subject that you're talking about?
Yeah, so long as so the moon exists is objective, so long as that statement, the truthhood of it, isn't influenced by a mind. Now that state can be achieved by the mind simply having no bearing on the truth maker, because it simply doesn't, or because the mind doesn't exist and it simply doesn't, right? It's overdetermined. It doesn't matter whether the mind exists. If it's objective, the mind's existence has no effect on it, right? There is no influence.
Okay, so when we said that there can be objective components of a mind, right? For example, thoughts, opinions, things, there can be objective components of a mind. That would mean that there could be things that are subjective inside of a mind that are dependent, they depend on a mind existing, because a mind would require a mind in order for you to hold that thought or opinion. But it could also be objectively true that it holds that subjective thought or opinion because it has to exist.
So you might say something like, it is objectively true that a mind has X opinion, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
But whether that is true, whether you say mind X has this opinion, whether that is true or not is subjective. It's not objective at all. It's completely subjective.
But it's either true or false that it does. It's neither. It can't be. It can't be
right. So that's a meta question. So whenever we say that, imagine that we add brackets, right? So when I say that this mind believes, there's like a bracket around belief, and that's what we're cashing out. And then you're saying, yeah, but that, right? So now you're saying that person believes. And that proposition now is all bracketed. So you've changed scope of the question. Now you're talking about existential.
Whether anybody can know that this mind does hold this particular belief is irrelevant to the fact that they either do hold the belief or they don't. So it would still be like objective, irrespective of anybody else's opinion on that mind holding that opinion, that it is still holding that opinion in their
Okay,
mind.
so I think this is back to term use. If you were using
I mean, it's
if you
not.
were like
It's not term use. You keep
no
saying
no
like
no
I'm
it
proving
might
or
be,
like.
because if you're refusing to use the term like mind independent, if are you using it to mean fact? Like it is true that I like pizza, and that makes it objective because it's true.
Well, I'm saying it's objective because it's independent of the influence of a mind.
How it can't be? It's
It's
not it's
independent
not
of the influence of anybody else's mind because it
anybody
just.
else's, but
But
it's
you just
it's dependent on my mind.
you and Wright also said that a mind can objectively exist. The existence of that mind is objectively in existence, and that would go against your definition of the existent independent of the existence of a mind, because a mind would exist. So it wouldn't objectively exist, a mind would subjectively exist.
No,
You guys are
so
just sophists. You don't know
it's
what you're
whether the
talking about. You're
truth.
just making claims. You're sophists. You just say shit.
Okay,
You don't know what you're
Wait,
yeah,
talking
wait,
about.
wait, Derrick. You're gonna have to believe me. Shut the fuck up. You're just gonna have to believe me. Shut the fuck up.
This is
Don't stop.
very
Don't
confused,
start.
Derek.
Like imagine being explained one of the most basic concepts in philosophy for over an hour, and then at the end, when you still don't understand, saying you're fucking sophist. Just don't talk anymore if
You
you're gonna
still
be mean.
don't get
Okay.
it. You still don't get it.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
you've been saying for
we
like
get.
evolution is a theory. That's basically what, like, evolution is just a theory. That's what you've
Exactly.
been doing.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
we're like, well, that's not what scientists mean when they say theory. And you're like, well, the Oxford Dictionary says, and we're
Yeah.
like, yeah, but we don't care what the Oxford Dictionary says. That's not what scientists mean when they say theory. And then you're like, well, you guys are sophists. You've just been going around in, like has already been said, dialectic circles.
You can say that, but I've literally been going
Yeah. You literally
proving what I'm
needed
saying.
you needed a baseball bat to understand objectivity, bro. We literally had to beat you over
Is
the
that what you
head.
think? Is that genuinely what you think just happened? That I needed a baseball bat to understand objectivity? I
That's
just
the
didn't understand the
analogy
way you were
that broke
explaining
through
it.
to you. That's the analogy that broke through to you.
But I didn't understand the way you were explaining it. That doesn't mean I just don't understand the concept.
Don't care, didn't ask.
But anyway,
Just be nice or don't talk anymore, okay? You're not gonna be
okay, I'll be
disrespecting
nice.
people. Sorry, I was still talking. You can't read the room. Yeah, so be nice or don't talk, right? But you're not. What you're not gonna do is be mean to people who have been trying to help you for an hour.
Okay, I'll be nice. I won't say anything mean. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm
Okay, I love you.
just saying I was taking issue with the implication that I was being like, basically that you guys are trying to like get me to understand what you're saying. Whenever I'm saying what you're saying is not making sense, and I'm explaining it to you why.
Bro, listen. The question is, do you think that I know what I'm trying to say more than, or do
Can I
you think
ask?
that you know what I'm trying to say more?
What I'm saying is
Can I
whenever I
ask a
ask you,
clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
that's what I'm asking you is.
Sorry, Jim's talking.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. Do you think that when somebody, like the definition of subjective, meaning that it's influenced by a mind, therefore that means that if any proposition or subject is related to a mind, therefore it's subjective?
Like, give me an example.
Well, I'm trying to understand like where the disagreement is here, right? Because when being explained that like a mind existing, like an entity in the world known as a mind existing, is going to be an objective fact because the fact that it exists is going to be independent of somebody's opinion, right? You seem to disagree that because a mind exists, it is influenced by a mind, and then therefore it's subjective. That's what I seem to gather from the conversation.
No, it's not that. So this all started from a denial that you could have a subjective fact, and so first, I mean, it kind of mutated into something a little bit different, but it started from this idea that you couldn't have a subjective fact, and that the only way you could cache a fact. The only fact about the matter was an objective one, right? So what he was saying is, yeah, it's a fact that objectively, I subjectively have this opinion, but there is no subjective fact about the matter. What we're trying to do is separate one, truth makers, like truth makers from truth values, like something being able to be like true or false, a proposition that is either a fact or is false, has nothing to do with whether it's subjective or objective. Whether it's subjective or objective, they're the things that make it true. Is it true based on a stance or an opinion, or is it true based on something that is independent from a stance or a mind or an opinion, right? So if the claim that you can have a subjective fact is conceded to or is affirmed, then we don't actually have a disagreement anymore. We're just doing this semantic weird thing.
Well, I think it's worth having this conversation because then you're coming to the conclusion of what is objective, what is subjective, what's facts. Like, I mean, well, I guess you're taking contention with the fact that I'm using those two interchangeably. But what I'm saying is my biggest contention was the fact that the whole definition that was being used is independent of the existence of a mind. But then whenever I ask if a mind exists, does it objectively exist? And I was told yes, that would mean dependent on a mind, it would be independent of a mind that this mind.
I don't think I can do this again.
Can we not use tag? And good morning, Zach.
Good morning. How
You're saying you don't think you can do this again, but it's like you still haven't explained why. Like you still haven't explained that.
Yeah, if somebody threw a mind at you, could you hit it with a baseball bat?
Yes, objectively.
Okay, that's objective then.
Well, wait, hold on. Wait. You said if somebody threw a mind at me.
Yeah.
If somebody threw
brain.
like the container of a mind, which is a brain, then yes, I could objectively hit it.
Okay, so minds are objective, right?
What if somebody had the opinion that I didn't objectively hit?
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
But I do. That's my
listen. Just engage with me because you asked me a question and I'm answering it, right?
Okay.
You said when I was told that minds are objective, I was like freaked out, right? And then I went through an example where you can hit a mind with a baseball bat, aka a brain. Do you think that they're different?
I think that the brain is the container for. I don't know if they're different or not. I just know that a brain or a mind.
Okay. Do you currently hold the belief that brain and mind are synonymous?
I don't know. I don't know whether that would be the case or not.
Then in the absence of your definition, I'll furnish my own. Mind equals brain. Got it?
There has to be a brain for a mind to exist. I'll say that.
Okay, cool. So when you hit a mind, and there has to be a brain there. It's gonna be an objective thing that you're smushing into pieces, right? That smells really good.
Wait, would it be a opinion that I hold that smushing the brain would it be
smell good?
If it did smell good, then yeah, it would be an opinion.
Wait, Derrick. Holy shit! I threw smell in there as a joke for brevity. Would you be hitting something if you hit a mind with a baseball bat? Would it make a mushy sound?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you hit a physical thing, right? An objective thing?
Yes.
I don't care about physicalism. Okay, cool.
Oh, wait,
okay,
welcome. Now you're switching. I literally just said earlier that you can objectively things that can be objective can be non-physical things too.
Okay, so and I said I don't care about physicalism, but I do want to say that any other day that you want to come back up and we can come at this again from like a refresh starting point, cool. But I cannot talk about OBJ versus subjectivity anymore. Okay.
Can I have one more little?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. You can say something, Mitch, and then Derrick, you can have the last word, and then we are done.
Okay.
Right. So, do you just on that first front that I mentioned, you were saying that you can't have a subjective fact. Do you recognize that under perfectly reasonable definitions you can have subjective facts?
What do you mean perfectly reasonable definitions?
Yeah, so on something like stance dependence. So the existence of a stance determines whether or not X has a stance is true or false.
I'll say,
Right.
like, if you're defining a subjective fact as somebody is objectively holding a subjective stance, then I would say that was a subjective fact. But I'm not going to concede to anything further than that. You would have to prove or have to like, convince me further that, that's not the case, I guess.
Well, I mean, so this is all right. So on the second front, the linguistic issue, this existence, that I understand that there are, to steal menu, right? There are a set of propositions that are a bit funky under this definition. If you say something like objective facts always are independent of the existence of a mind, then it seems that any objective facts about bashing brains or destroying minds or changing minds, any objective facts actually do depend on the existence of a mind. But it's not the stance of the mind, right? It is the object, the mind. So subjective, this is why I said like a more modern usage is like the existence of a stance rather than the existence of the mind, because you could cash a mind out as something that is, a physical object, and then that set of propositions and only that set of objective propositions does depend on the existence of it. But that is like, if that is your point, then fair, there are that set of propositions that are problematic, but that is not a reason to say that you can't accept that the truth maker of a proposition is subjective or objective, right? And not just subjectively true if and only if it's also objectively true, which just doesn't seem to make... It doesn't seem... If it does anything to it, it makes it contradictory. And if it does nothing to it, then you really don't need to say it. All you need to say is, it is true that I hold the view. And then it's a subjective fact. So yeah, they're like my last word.
Yeah, but if somebody could hold this is what I'm saying. Somebody could hold the opinion that you don't hold the opinion. Like you like somebody. So under that definition, it would be, let's see, if somebody holds the opinion that somebody else doesn't hold a particular opinion that they actually do, then it's either true or false that the person who was the original opinion holder, it's either true or false that they do, irrespective of anybody's opinion, whether they do or don't hold that opinion. It's either true or false that they do. So irrespective of that person's mind, they either do have that opinion or they don't. And if you've already conceded earlier, like everything that you've said up until this point, I've listened intensely and tried to understand your view, you still have not, neither of you or any of you have not refuted the issue with when you said a mind can objectively exist. Because if a mind can objectively exist, your definition that you just used, that it's independent of the existence of a mind, no longer makes sense.
We didn't use that as definition though, but that's fine. I did, and then I know that, but that's just to admit. That's just to admit to equivocating, right?
See that right there is what I meant, right? When I asked if he thinks that any proposition involving a mind automatically makes it subjective and not objective.
Yeah.
Because he did that move right there.
Derrick, 1 second. I have a question. Was that your closing statement, Derrick?
No, I mean, I thought I was answering. I didn't know I was making closing statements.
Yeah, we're not talking about objective versus subjective anymore. And in fact, I might have a prompt underneath my regular text that just says no OBJ versus subjective discussions, because I just wish that everybody who believed in objective things or subjective things would be in the same discussion at the same time. That way we only had to do it once for 10,000 hours. And
that's very convenient for you, I will say.
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Yeah, nuh-uh. Have you thought about that? You know what modus ponens is? Premise 1, if nuh, then Premise 2, nah.
Mitch, if you want to add me on Discord, we can continue the conversation.
This is what they do, dude. This is what they do. They invite you to Discord, and they get mod control, and then they mute you, and they
wait, hold on. I'm talking about a DM, not mod control.
Nuh-uh.
You want to know something funny? I made up a couple months ago the nuh-uh fallacy, bro, and now you're doing it too. I love that shit. It's so funny,
dude,
bro.
I thought I've only been on TikTok for 2 weeks, but I hear rats doing nuh-uh, because I just did it I did
Yeah,
it
bro.
to
The
piss off
dog. When people don't even do it like to be funny, right? They really just say nah, and I
yeah,
go,
I know.
I go,
No, I do it in a very, very, very certain way.
yeah, no,
I don't understand why you guys are running away from this
I go the
conversation. I
nah fallacy.
absolutely.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the nuh-uh. Yeah, but that's why when they'll be like, "You can't have morals without God," I'm like, "Nuh-uh."
Nah. All right, Derek. Can I disprove physicalism, atheist, please?
Wait, hold on. What does your prompt say, Shark?
Yeah, I
I
can't. I'm
I
disprove.
trying to
got you. I
watch
got
that
you.
too.
I disprove physicalism.
You
You
believe
believe
in
you're an
it.
atheist. You believe. Okay, I can. Can I please go up against Shark right now, please?
No. Absolutely not you, right? Right? Because
I will. I can literally.
wait,
I can
listen,
literally refute what he's saying right
listen,
now.
Derek, listen. You're philosophically bankrupt, right? You're conceptually impoverished.
Okay, then prove that. Prove that by allowing me to debate him.
We've
Prove
proved
that. If you're not scared,
Listen,
prove that and let me
Derek,
debate him.
I am
Wait,
scared,
is
right?
that
I'm
fine words?
scared.
Those
I'm
are fine
scared. I'm
words.
scared. I'm scared.
I
I'm scared. I'm
kinda
scared. So
Zach,
the
that was
reason I'm
fine
scared,
words.
the reason I'm scared, right, is because I don't want to make the same mistake twice, but I definitely don't want to make the same mistake twice in a row, right? I accidentally let you
Mike,
start.
you're debating against somebody
Sorry,
that knows what they're talking about. You
Derek, read
don't.
the room. Read the room. I wasn't done. I accidentally let you start talking an hour ago, and we're just now done, right?
Because you couldn't refute what I'm saying.
I know I can't, which is why I'm not going to let you
There
debate
you
somebody
go. Okay, then let me refute what Shark is saying. Let me refute
Look,
his.
look. If you can refute what I'm saying, Shark is way worse than me, right? So
Then
you're just going to
cool.
womp
Let's
on him. So
go,
you
Shark.
just
I'm
win.
not scared. Shark, let's go. I will refute you right now.
Wait.
Refute what? What are
Let
you
me hear
trying to
everybody.
refute?
Everybody, mute up. We're gonna go from Mitch to Robbie to Jim to Rat to Wit to Brain. Okay. Do people want to entertain a 1v1 versus Derek and Shark?
Oh,
Whether
I do.
whether it's for information or for entertainment, that's fine.
Entertainment.
What's entertaining?
I think it would be funny him against.
Just to
I
hear what
would
the
do
guy's
it
trying
on
to
spot for
say.
Shark.
Wait a minute, what are we doing?
We're entertaining.
Shark,
Entertaining
who is
Derek and Shark.
philosophically literate, right, versus Derek, who doesn't know the difference between objective and subjective. Do you want to see them in debate?
That's actually you.
Yeah,
I was in
I
the
want to see.
process of proving that.
Then I'll go next. I
Okay,
wanna go.
wait. Yeah, mute up. So it seems like if the panel is unanimous, then if both parties agree, then there's a debate. Derek, do you agree? Yes
I
or no?
agree. I agree.
Okay, Shark, do you agree?
I agree to a conversation where we are hyper fixated on the semantics of individual worldviews to create an equal.
Okay, that's gonna be okay. So the prompt is gonna be what Shark has on his screen, and then mods try not to laugh when you're unmuted. Okay.
Gosh
Go.
darn it, I'm not even a mod.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
not getting mod powers either, Rat. You're
Is
mod
he
in
an
every room.
atheist?
Okay, so do what?
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
P1, you believe you're an atheist. I agree. I grant P1. P2, you believe your beliefs are fake. I fundamentally disagree with this.
Just to clarify, are you a physicalist?
Meaning,
You want empirical evidence to
I believe that there can be more than empirical evidence to sufficient warrant or warrant sufficient belief.
like what?
Let's see, any sort of an opinion or somebody's state like that. Like I believe like anything, it can be evidence towards a particular thing.
You think an opinion like makes something real? How do you
Meaning like
determine?
somebody that comes, when I say opinion, I mean something that comes from somebody's mind, not something that's like directly like somebody's I guess judgment on a particular thing could sway my could be evidence towards something else. Like they could have some sort of argument that I feel like would be evidence towards the truth of a particular claim or falsity of a particular claim. If that counts as evidence.
Are you a physicalist? Like you want tangible evidence? No.
I don't know exactly what physicalist entails. Like if a physicalist, like entailing physicalist mean I only can need observation or empirical evidence, then no, I would not say that empirical evidence is all that you need. All that can be obtained.
So if I were to ask you to prove something non-empirically to me, how would you do so?
I'm not sure. Like
So
I'm not sure how I would
do
do
you
it.
think numbers are real?
Like numbers are real insofar as they represent a concept.
No,
Like
as
it's
in they're not fake.
like I mean, like I believe that you can draw a number. I don't believe I believe that all numbers are just a concept of
I
something.
don't mean to be rude and cut you off, but the question is, do you think numbers are real or fake?
I don't think that's why I'm clarifying. Like when I say real, I don't mean that they're real insofar as like a number is actually like standing in front of me. I believe a number conceptualizes or a number represents a concept.
I don't care how you're defining it. Are they real or fake?
I don't know how to answer that. Like that's why like if I
That
like
sounds like a personal issue, right? If you can't tell me whether or not something you believe in is real or fake, we can't continue the conversation. You're not reasonable enough.
but when you say I'm not reasonable, you're asking me a question that I'm asking for clarification on.
Yes, according to your language system, however you want to define it in an honest manner that you truly believe, are numbers real or fake?
I'll say, just for the sake of us moving on, I'll say yes. I believe numbers are like real.
Okay, cool. Prove a number to me.
I can't prove anything to you. I can only provide evidence.
Yeah, give me evidence that numbers are real.
I can draw a number, or I can show you that there is a singular. Or I
You
can
sure
give you
about
evidence.
that? You sure about that?
No, I believe that.
Okay, cool. So if I write the word God on the piece of paper, is God real now?
The concept of God is real. Yes.
No, is God real? I didn't
Again,
ask
this is
you.
why I made the
Sorry, Derek.
clarification.
Sorry. I do apologize sincerely. I didn't ask you to prove the concept of a number. I asked you very clearly to prove a number,
This
right?
is why I made the clarification earlier.
That's
I
why
said
I made the
I believe that
clarification.
number is real insofar as that it's a concept of something.
Okay, cool. And then now when I ask you to prove the concept of something, you can't do so.
I can't prove anything. I can only provide evidence.
What's evidence?
It's just supporting a particular belief.
Wait, so hold on, wait. So numbers always existed? Numbers weren't made up?
Why is he
Well, I
talking?
believe the
Yeah,
concept.
brain, they're doing a 1v1. And yeah, so
What are we voting for? I'm gonna do a crying face.
just like people's general mood toward the dialectic, you know.
Oh yeah, man. You could stop me at any point. I'm not. I
Oh
don't
no,
even.
I'm enjoying this, but I'm
Yeah, I don't
enjoying
even.
it because I'm enjoying
Yeah.
it because of you.
Oh yeah. So like, I don't know where we are. Okay, so I want evidence of the claim that you're saying is true. You're making a claim that something is real. Okay. Do you understand that?
I'm making a claim that the concept of something is real.
I don't give a shit what you're saying is real. You're making
You
a
just said
positive.
that.
You're making. Okay. Is it true or false that you're making a positive claim that something is real?
It's true. It's true that I'm making a positive claim that the concept of a number is real.
Cool. So now I want you to prove that to me.
I cannot prove that. I can only provide evidence.
Okay, so what's going to be the distinction between you not being able to prove something you believe is real in comparison to the people who believe in God?
I don't require you to prove to me that God exists. I require you to provide me evidence that he exists.
Evidence is just something that is going to increase the likelihood or like the actualization that you comprehend or understand something.
Or
It's
believe
gonna.
something. 100%, yes.
It's just something that's convincing you. Like,
Right.
but
I am under the understanding and under the belief that you absolutely cannot prove or have knowledge of like absolutely anything. You can only provide evidence towards a particular thing.
so
Like
is it possible that you're too disabled to believe in God?
it's true. Yes, that is possible. That is a possibility.
I can't debate you anymore, man. You're too disabled to debate me. I can't.
I mean, I could have the same view
I
of
can't. I
you.
sincerely can't talk to him anymore.
It's possible. Like these are things that are possible. These are not impossibilities.
I'm being dead ass.
You're
I'm done.
literally
Wait,
running.
okay,
You're running.
wait, Rat
If that's run, no, G, I'm
That is
dead
running.
ass.
That's
If
actually running. You're actually
if
running.
you think
I can
if
understand.
any person admits that they might be disabled,
No, you
and
said, is
then
it a possibility? I'm saying it is a
I can't
possibility of
debate
anything.
disabled people, right? That's
Is
on.
it a
You can.
possibility that I'm wrong, that I'm disabled?
I'm
Hey,
being dead. I'm being dead ass.
I'm being dead ass. Is it a possibility that
wait,
I'm
listen,
wrong?
listen. Derrick, do you want a closing statement or do you want to Rat to ask you a
Sure,
question?
I'll take a closing statement. What
Yeah.
I'll say is, when I said that it is possible,
Oh,
I'm saying that it is not an impossibility in this reality because I can't prove anything. I can only go based off of belief. I believe that I'm not disabled, but I believe that there's a possibility that I could be wrong because I'm fallible. I'm not like some all-knowing, all-God person that knows absolutely everything. I believe that I'm not any sort of disabled thing, but I'm saying it's a possibility. So the fact, whatever Shark says after this, if he says I cannot debate you, he understands that the stance that I take is the most reasonable one to say I cannot prove to you anything without a shadow of a doubt. I can only ask for evidence and I can only provide evidence. That's what I've done this entire time, and you can have your opinion on whatever happened, but
You can't see how
I
that
think
made
he's
no
running.
sense.
So
You can't see how that didn't make no sense though. If you know for a fact you have no disability, but you say there's a possibility for
I never said I
disability.
know for a fact. I never said I know for a fact. I said I believe.
You.
Wait, that makes no sense. You can
I
go to a
believe
doctor and
that. I
see that you
believe
don't
that.
have
I never said I.
disability.
I just said I can. I can't have knowledge. I don't
There are
know.
ways to, but I'm saying there are ways to prove it. You know
There's
for a
not
fact.
ways to
If you
prove
know for a
anything.
fact
Prove
if
to
you
me
have
that you
Hey, brain,
exist.
brain
I will
sick, brain
provide
sick, brain
evidence.
sick, brain sick. Everybody, real quick. Derrick, was that the end of your closing statement?
I was just saying that you can't prove anything. You can't prove that you have knowledge. You can only provide evidence. So if Brainsick wants to
Wait,
prove that he exists, then go ahead.
wait,
Okay,
no, wait. Okay, Rat, you had a question.
Yes, I would like to say something to him.
Go ahead.
If he can't, nuh-uh. No, and you can't have so therefore, nuh-uh.
It was funny because I wasn't ready for it. That was good. I thought she was actually
Shark
gonna
had
say some shit.
statements, and Shark had good P1,
Yo.
P2, P3. So, uh-huh.
Yeah, so Rat has this way of like whenever it wants to say something, the room will just get quiet because they know that they have a natural quiet speaking voice, and then she'll just go, "Dumbass." Yeah.
No, it was perfect, bro.
Hey, no appeal to consensus fallacy, but there is a vote on who won that debate.
Oh, I
That was
voted for Derek.
that was a goated debate.
I voted
I
for
voted for
Derek,
Derrick,
man.
obviously, because I'm not impoverished conceptually.
Listen. Okay. I really want to debate a physicalist with this proposition, like someone who's genuinely self-identified as a physicalist, because this argument's for them.
Yeah.
When I run the
because
prompt,
I'm
it's
not a
just for
physicalist, it doesn't work on me.
Well, Derrick, to be clear, you don't know whether you're a physicalist or not, because he said, "Are you a physicalist?"
He also
and you
doesn't
said,
know if he's disabled.
"Yeah,
But
but
neither
Shark,
do you.
you said
Can
you
you
said
prove
you
to me
said
that you're
Derrick, are you a
not?
physicalist? Sorry, Shark, you said Derrick, are you a physicalist? And he said, meaning, like, okay,
Like anybody who's like sincerely a physicalist or like wants to run it, or just analyze physicalism, right? You don't even have to believe you're a physicalist. I think this argument debunks an individual claiming they're a physicalist.
No, I agree. I actually agree.
I don't
Nuh-uh.
think it does.
Then how come you're arguing the whole prompt all the time?
Well, like I think there's a conflation between empiricism and physicalism within the dialectic that you were running. So a physicalist doesn't have to commit himself to solely an empiricist position. Additionally, it also depends on what type of physicalism or physicalist view you are trying to attack, right? Because there are physicalists who hold that things like, let's say, concepts are going to be some type of mental state, and because it supervenes or has some kind of emergence on the physical, it's therefore also physical. So concepts are going to be physical in that sense.
You would hold that concepts are physical?
Yeah, well, if somebody's holding on to this notion of like supervenience or something, right? In the same way that like we would say that, gravity is physical, right? Or that like the electromagnetic forces are physical or something, right? These are forces that in and of themselves don't exist unless there are something physical for them to supervene on or depend on. And so concepts are going to be these type of entities that exist insofar as like, a brain exists, right? So you can't have concepts absent brains, and so therefore in a sense they are physical because there's this dependency on the physical.
Where my brain went thinking about that is it sounded like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like every single concept within the mind or the mind itself is going to be God of the gaps. Let me know if you'll probably disagree with that. I'd like to analyze it if it fascinates you.
Yeah. Explain that.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have a physical phenomenon, right? And then something is happening abstractly, subjectively, symbolically, whatever. And we don't actually know what that thing is because we don't have evidence of it. We're just kind of explaining it. And without knowing what it is, we're putting a label on it. We're naming it. We're symbolizing it. We're describing it. But we don't actually know what it is. So I think that's what Christians are attempting to do, or like Jews, Christian, Muslims, whatever, by saying that whatever caused all of this, if it is the case that all of this was caused, then it's going to be unchanging. It's going to be metaphysical. It's going to have these qualities, just like we're doing for things like the mind.
Yeah, that's fine. I think what I'm trying to more address is whether the argument in and of itself has strength enough to disprove physicalism, which is what the argument is trying to do. And I'm not seeing that that's the case, right? Because
the one it seems directed at like eliminative materialists, not just like any type of physicalist. It's like if you're gonna fully reduce and eliminate the idea of phenomenology or abstractor or anything like that, if you eliminate it, if you say it's just illusory, then yeah, you're an eliminativist, right? But not everybody who is a physicalist is that. And of course, the eliminativist, or the is it eliminativist? Eliminative.
I would love. I don't know what the word is. I would love.
Yeah.
Could you tell me what that means?
Just that you eliminate that type of ontology or something.
Yeah, exactly. You're either a quietist or you're a constructivist, or you just basically reduce.
But eliminate means to like unalive, right, Derrick?
And also, like, I take that like physicalism here. You're talking about like a physicalist in terms of like philosophy of mind, and not like some type of ontological view, right? Like, I think that's what you're trying to attack here.
You silly chicken! It's for Derrick.
What I'm trying to attack are the individuals who, and I don't want to use the word attack here, actually. My goal is to get the people who, I think that there's a cult on both sides. I think there's a cult for the people who just read a book, blindly believe it because they're told, read this book, believe it. And then there's the other side that is, and there might be other sides, but the religion side and the science side, where the people who are taught science are only saying that they can know things if they can like experience it, if it's physical, if they can touch it. And I think that this is a majority of people. I think, Jim, that you're one of the most well-read people on this app, right? I think that you would cook 98% of the people who debate in general. But that's not what most atheists are. Most atheists are not well-read, and most of them, I would say, my opinion, right? It seems to be like something went wrong in the social model, because most people aren't finding like contradictions in the Bible or things like that, right? There's something made them feel bad. They have a negative correlation with Christianity personally, and then I think that it turns into a manifestation of some kind. And so my goal, long story short, sorry for yapping, combine philosophy with science, and to get them to value the people who don't think like you, who are they want to touch things, they want to see things, they're not thinking about these concepts. And I think that questions like this unlock that for them. And because anybody who is a hard physicalist and doesn't think like this, they are invalidating their own identity, because their worldview necessitates things that are contradictions. They can't prove a belief, right? But they believe the belief of their identity. So it gives them something to think about, which I think me and you can agree. People need to believe in something greater than themselves. People need to value I mean, they don't need to value it, but it is beneficial to understand these concepts in a deeper level, which give us more awareness and more control over our emotions.
Yeah, I agree. I think that on both sides of the camp, there are just a subset of people that kind of like need to think about these things a little bit deeper and be able to articulate them better. But I see what the point of the argument is.
Yeah, it's yeah. If to see if it works, you're just gonna have to go out there and test it. I guess it's just finding the right audience and aiming it at the right people.
Yeah, I also, I'm not sure if anything could actually be disproven. In my research and talking to people, which actually has been one of my greatest forms of research, talking to people, because we are the systems of knowledge. Like that's literally what's happening. All of these theories and philosophical papers and science experiment, that's us. It's just people doing things. And so when you recognize that, you realize it's the people who you have to talk to. It's the people who you have to analyze. And it's been so fascinating. It's eye opening, and I think that the more that people can focus on understanding themselves and the people around them, rather than having to be right, having to have knowledge, having to one up each other. That's been one of the greatest changes for me personally. This desire to understand. And so I appreciate y'all for giving me feedback and everything. It's cool. Because what I try to do is I try to come up with things I actually believe based off of my research. And I understand I might be wrong, but this is genuinely what makes sense to me. And by bouncing off of you guys, I get to understand y'all in an honest manner. And that's why I can't talk to people who are lying. And it's become more easy to figure out who's lying, because then I can understand my thoughts better. And so I appreciate y'all.
Real quick, I put up a new poll. Who won, Shark, Jim, and Mitch, or both, or Derrick still?
Derrick still. Yeah, W Derrick, bro.
Ken, because where's Barbie?
Oh, rat.
Uh-huh.
Nah.
Yeah.
Premise one.
Nah.
Purpose 2.
Conclusion?
Yeah.
That might be the greatest philosophical argument of all time.
It's definitely it's like I think therefore I am was the shortest profound thing I'd ever heard, but nuh-uh is even shorter and even more profound, right?
Oh yeah, yo, Descartes missed something that I think is painfully obvious. Not only do I think, but I think somewhere.
Yeah, I don't hold to I think therefore I am. I hold to like I think therefore I am thinking or something, or I think therefore I think. Like it's like a tautology because I don't hold to like any reliability of sense data, which I know he wasn't saying either, but I don't know. It's just like
I wouldn't. What you're limiting the category of yourself. It's I think therefore I am, because the I am is whatever we are minus the description that is limiting us.
yeah, but I think that the only I am is the great I am, which is God, right?
Yeah, that's I am the I am is
No, you can have it in two
I think
different.
I think the greatest I am is Will I Am from the Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah. Wait, you said you watched the black guy do what, Jim?
Hey, Jim.
Black Eyed Peas.
Jim. Can't be doing that, man.
That's a restraining order.
Don't yuck my yum, okay?
There's
don't take away my.
There's two different concepts here. Yeah, of I am, right? Because God as I am is distinct from what I am, right? And so it's the same symbols, but they mean something different. And this is why the context matters. The context matters because we could say literally the same thing, but intend something different. And if you don't understand the intention, then you don't have the context, and you'll never understand.
Can I debate against Derrick real quick?
Oh yeah, please.
Derrick, if you please unmute.
Derrick, man, come on. This is your time to shine, man.
I know, right?
He heard eliminativist, and he's been looking it up ever since.
I still don't know what that is.
It means you eliminate kinds of like ontological commitments.
Oh, that sounds silly. I've done the opposite. What's the opposite of that? I did the opposite of that.
It's the opposite of that is a Hunger Gamesiest, where you let your ontological schema fight, and whichever one emerges victorious without any significant defeaters, that's the one that you adopt.
That's interesting. Yeah. I didn't like the way you put that. I don't know why. I didn't like how you put it, but it made sense in my brain. I might have done that. That's funny.
Derrick,
Is that what you do?
which one of us?
No, I was just trolling. That sounds silly.
No. Why would that be silly, right? Because
I'm just kidding. No, it's silly in that I haven't pondered about it. I just made it up for the bit. It might be profound, but if it was profound on accident.
Someone get Derrick.
That's even cooler, bro. You're saying profound things on accident, bro. That's lit.
Hey, yeah, I'm kicking Gluteus Maximus, saying profound things on accident,
I still don't know what the filioque is. What it tells me all the time.
There's somebody in request.
I genuinely never remember.
There's somebody in request named the Temple who says they want to come up and debate us.
Can I debate them? I want to do. Ooh,
yeah, she's our best debater.
Yeah, turns out a spot just opened up.
So what you got to debate?
Oh yeah.
Wait.
So
Wait, really quick before you guys get into it.
I got a few
Shark.
premises, but what's up?
Shark, 1 second. So Shark, it turns out I thought that yesterday during my live was the first time I had met you. I just never met you on this account. I met you on your other account, and I didn't know that that's the one that you were talking about last night. But you called me a jibber jabber, right?
Dog, you probably do jibber jabber, brother.
I be jibber jabbering. Okay.
You jibber jabbering right now. What's up? Can we debate?
If you don't jibber jabber, bro, just because I'm fluent in Japanese don't mean you can make fun of me, okay?
No, I'm just saying, like, you pulled me up here and then you wanted to jibber jabber. I said, if y'all having church, I'll leave.
Okay.
Oh, you said that? Did you say that while I was talking?
No, I texted before you brought me up.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead now.
All right.
Okay.
So, I have a couple of premises that will easily debunk this topic.
So you're gonna try to debunk me. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, I
the first one I want to say,
accept all your premises, but just reject your conclusion.
Yeah.
I know you're going to reject the claim because of faith and belief. I understand. I respect your beliefs. I just don't believe because there's the evidence of why not to believe. So, the sun, we know about radioactive dating, and we know that the sun is dated to be older by like 1 billion years than the earth. So for Genesis to say that the sun was created on the 4th day and that 4 days passed without the sun is absurd.
Yeah,
So,
Rat, you gotta chill, okay?
yeah, are we gonna be adults about this, or did I come
just
to a
a quick
I
hit
am
on
the
Dave.
youngest here.
Yeah, I don't want to debate children. I'd rather talk to adults.
Excuse me, I am not a child.
Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to have a intellectual debate.
That's really going to turn on your understanding of what the day means there, because in Hebrew the term yom, which is used there for day, has different meanings depending on the context, right? And it could be the case that what it means there is not a literal 24-hour period, but just like an extended period of time.
Yeah, well, if the sun was made after the earth, then the sun would be younger than the earth, but the sun is actually older than the earth. And we also know through science that life cannot exist without the sun.
Wait, my question is the
So it is
sun.
impossible
Wait,
for
no,
plants
This is
to.
the actual question.
Yeah,
Are we talking about sun as in human sun, or
The sun that you see in the sky. Do you have another sun that you thought we were talking about?
Okay,
I'm sorry, I can't have
the
this.
argument?
I can't have
What
this
is the
conversation. I can't have this conversation if like Rat is like. I know she has great intentions, but if she keeps on yapping in with like nonsense, it's kind of hard. So yeah, I mean, like I don't know how that's a response to the rejoinder that I gave you, right? That if you're taking it to be literal, right? I don't think that a majority of Christians are going to take the Genesis account to be a literal account. But even if that were the case,
So
like,
how did
you're
it
gonna have to
literally happen?
You're gonna have to. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to give an argument. give an argument or support why you're taking the Hebrew word there, yom, to mean a 24-hour period or something.
Well, I know that Zoroastrianism birthed, the Hebrew culture. So,
Wait, dog. Wait,
how's
the
that
temple,
response?
the temple,
How's that
the
a
temple,
response to my
the temple. Try not to jibber jabber, okay? Just answer the question.
Well, what do you take literal from the Bible? Does the Bible tell you literally?
Wait, the temple, the temple. Don't answer. Don't ask a question. Answer one.
Yeah, like that's not a
Even if you took it metaphorically, it still wouldn't make.
Is your goal? Wait, the temple. Is your goal here to answer the question? Is your goal here to answer the question?
I went back to the question.
Yes or no?
Are you gonna
No, you
rage?
didn't.
Are you rage baiting now?
Look, dude, answer my question or leave. I don't care.
That's not rage bait, by the way.
I mean, it is rage bait because
answer my question or leave.
The
Don't
creation story
talk to me.
is pretty literal. And
Sorry, when
Look,
you
the
say
temple-
literal,
look,
that's
the
begging the
temple-
question.
Hold on a second. Yeah, look. I gave you a very simple task, right? In order for your argument to be successful, you have to give some supporting argument in terms of why you're taking the word day, which is the Hebrew yom, to mean a literal 24-hour period, right? Do you have an argument?
I never asserted that it was a 24-hour period.
Well, then your argument just doesn't follow, right?
No, because it does follow. If you let me finish.
I'm sorry.
So don't we have?
I let you finish. Can I finish? So,
But don't we have in the Bible?
so in the Bible it
Wait,
says
the temple. The reason that you can't finish, but Jim can, is because you said that he was incorrect. Then you ended up
he was
agreeing with him.
incorrect.
Sorry. Can
He
you read?
assumed
Wait,
that
the temple.
I
Can you read?
24-hour
Can you
period.
read? Wait, the temple. Can you read? Because you can't read the room, dude. Shut up. Okay. He was illuminating.
I'm not
Sorry.
gonna be disrespected, sir. Fuck you,
Okay, then leave.
bitch.
Okay, because I will. I don't respect
Fake
you.
ass bitch.
Bye.
I respect Jim.
Yeah, no, fuck you and fuck your respect.
Bye,
So
bye,
now
bye.
you want to step me now.
The temple.
You can have a respectful
Yeah,
conversation.
I get it that you don't have an argument, right?
Yo, Jim.
Insert into like this insult and rhetoric, but
Didn't he say?
Jim, wait, 1 second, Jim. He said the Bible says 4 days, but it's way more than 4 days. And you said, well, by day do you mean 24-hour period? And he went, no. Okay, then you mean a 10 billion trillion year period? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So we know too a day to us is like 1,000 years to God or whatever. So we know, and the sun was built like 4.6 billion years ago, and the Earth was 4.5, so it was slightly behind. So yes, I don't see how he was getting that.
Well, the sun
Construed.
obviously existed before the earth, but on day 4, when he's saying that it was created, which is a poor translation because there are translations that say
I
that.
know he's thinking literal days.
Well, let me finish this point real quick.
Yeah, he's talking about hermeneutics.
I know. What I'm saying is, like, for example, rib, like, that is a poor translation. Like, God didn't take Adam's rib and create Eve. He took his side. And although people disagree a lot with the KJV and stuff, which I don't use it, that's what the translators did right there, because all throughout, like, the New Testament, you see Tesla, which is the word used there, actually be translated side, not rib. So they did a good job. In the same way, created on day 4 is a bad translation. The word there is actually asa, which means to appoint or to make. But that means that the sun shone on the earth. It wasn't that it was created on day 4. It was appointed on day 4. And the word is asa versus bara. Bara means to create. And that's the word you use in Hebrew. It's not used there in the original Hebrew on day 4 for the sun.
I have a meta question really quick. Derrick, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think about, like, how well versed people are in, like, these subjects, like the hermeneutics of the Bible and the Hebrew translations and stuff? Isn't that so interesting?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I wanted to say, or that's all I wanted to ask.
So, Jim, to answer your question, you know, I'm an old age theist. Obviously, I'm not young earth, but what they will come back and say is every time Yom is used with a number before it, that means a 24-hour day. I don't accept that at all. This is not a literal story. It's an origin story that has truth. And so it's really not an issue that all the crap that Tim was bringing up, you were correct.
yeah, I agree. It's just gonna turn on like some type of hermeneutic principle, and that's what I was trying to press him on.
Which he wouldn't know. So
Yeah, like very obviously. He said, bro, you said, what does a day mean? And he said, look, I know Zoroastrianism. It's like, bro, shut up.
yeah, that was crazy. And like
Stop.
what
I
he
think
said
this
wasn't
is.
even true.
I think that's the type of like atheist that Shark is trying to attack, right? Like those type of atheists who just like read arguments from Reddit and think they got a gotcha, and they're like, I can
So
debate you.
with Shark earlier, like I was just he didn't want.
Just to be clear, that wasn't a criticism on you by any.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't take any like offense or anything. I just earlier, whenever I was debating Shark, I just want to make it clear. I'm not saying I'm not a physicalist, but at the same time, it's like I can't measure anything outside of the physical world. So I don't know if the physical world is all that exists, but I just know that I can't reach.
You're agnostic about whether physicalism is true or not. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. So, but like, I mean,
But what the Shark's whole thing is, he thinks that agnosticism is a valid concept, but he thinks that most people who say they're atheist are actually hard atheist or anti-theist, right? And they're just LARPing as if they're not
like they
doing it.
just reject the concept of God rather than just don't hold a belief. Like just
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
And I also want to say, like, just as a point of contention here, I really appreciate your demeanor, Derrick. How like now that it's just like calmed down, I appreciate that you're still around.
Yeah, no, like I love blood sport debates, but at the same time, I don't have anything against anybody here. like if I call you a sophist, it's just basically me having my bro and just saying, "Hey, bro, you're stupid."
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
not.
And when I say like if you hit a rock, it makes a ping sound, dumbass. I'm just saying that to be like funny and drive my point home to people listening or something.
That's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
who you are.
Do what?
Dr. Truth, you had a question for me? I heard you say my name.
Someone said, "But what subjective mean?"
Don't. Go ahead,
We
Dr.
Zach.
Yeah.
Well, no, for Zach earlier, my understanding of eliminativism is it's a type of sort of extreme physicalism where mental states absolutely do not exist at all.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. So like to say that you have mental content is to say that the physical neurons that are moving around in your brain are producing this physical effect, aka your experience or something?
Well, no, I mean, and Jim knows this as well. I mean, we've got non-reductive physicalism, we got reductive. It's a type of reductive physicalism that mental states just don't even exist at all. I mean, some physicalism obviously understands that, like non-reductive, that mental states do exist. So, and then there's emergentism where they, emerge from microphysical states. Eliminativism is just that, like, extreme, like no mental states even exist at all.
Let me try that again because I'm not understanding. I guess when I say mental state, there, I guess I just have a background of furnishing that word. Would an eliminativist say that the neurons are physical and they're moving around in your physical brain? Therefore, when you say mental state, you're not referring to something non-physical there. So when you think of hypothetical worlds, what you mean by think there is just a physical process. Like your imagination is a physical furnishing or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at it in more detail. Maybe Jim could jump in, but eliminativism is that mental states don't even exist at all. That it's I like an illusion or something like that.
I guess what's the utility in saying mental states don't exist when we're like, what would we call the things that we're doing right now to each other if not like referencing our mental state and trying to explain it?
And that's why I said it's kind of extreme because we have thoughts, we have feelings, we have aboutness, we have qualia.
Okay, for sure.
No, I really, really have these feelings that I like that little hat you wear. That's a mental state.
Exactly.
Just to say, host, yeah. The people I know that are like eliminativists, essentially they think that like words like belief and emotions are like folk psychological constructs, and they'll eventually be replaced by like a completed science of the mind that is purely physical in terms of like neuroscience.
Oh, okay. So like they think when people say I believe or I'm imagining a world where, or hypothetically speaking, let's say that they think that all that is like just poetically robust language, and it doesn't actually map out to something.
Well, it'll map out to a brain state which has not
Physical,
yet
yeah,
been
exactly,
understood
yeah.
by the science of the mind. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I slipped into using my reasonable people language there at the end, but yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Almost like
really confused.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was getting confused with the last statement. Zach, can you sum it up for me?
So when an eliminativist says something like "I believe that" or "I feel that" or "Let's imagine a world in where," or hypothetically speaking, let's say that, all those things, what they're going to lead to is going to just be a product of some physical process.
Oh.
And therefore the product itself is going to be some physical process. That's a question. I don't know.
And it's like the opposite. For if you went to the other extreme, like of idealism, their form of that would be physical states don't even exist at all. Whereas that's not necessarily the extreme view of, the typical idealist. I think it's more like what Evolve was saying, that there's not even actual mental states, of some sort, which seems sort of counterintuitive, like you said, Zach.
Oh, okay. So it's like
I didn't get it at first.
it's like in the way. So how would predicates here, like predicates like tall, like wet, like predicates there? They're just gonna say, like it's just useful to furnish some shared concept. But it's so hard talking about that because when I say shared concept, I'm not sure if an eliminativist is going to use the word concept or if they're going to mean the same thing that I mean.
Robbie, I thought Castro was was totally an idealist. I didn't know he was both, like you're saying in the comments.
Yeah, that's a good question about like conceptual replacement, because like a literal eliminativist, instead of saying like I feel sad, would say the limbic system is experiencing reduced serotonin activity in region X. Like that's how a eliminativist would talk if we had a complete science of the mind.
Right. It's total extreme. So the fact that mental states, or can be challenging, like especially if you have we have causation. Like if you want to move your hand, you move your hand with intention, or there are things that we know can heal the brain based on mental states. So Jaegwon Kim, who wrote Physicalism or Something Near Enough, struggled a little bit with qualia, the whole aboutness thing reducing to or being explained by microphysical states, and then mental states causation. He was sort of wrestling with that. So he had sort of two different types of physical states that maybe could help explain that.
That makes more sense. Thank you.
I think Dan Dennett is a eliminativist in some stripe.
Garth Dawkins was in here for like 5 whole minutes, and I went to invite him, and he's not here anymore.
Wait, he was here, then he wasn't. Why did he
was watching.
Why did he not want to come in?
Well, you know why, right?
Yeah, I do know why.
Okay.
He should have a fun time with us.
What's up, J Mike? You're sick, brother?
Hey, Jay.
How's it going?
It's going well. Started the day defending objectivism and subjectivism for 2 hours, and then got nowhere. And then we started talking about whether atheists are. Yeah, we are still talking eliminativism. I think, Mitch. J Mike, you were saying something about like the predicate cold or something, like useful fiction or something.
Yeah, like if you want to reference like heat transfer or something, like it's not like there's this thing cold that exists once you like kind of understand at the molecular level what's going on. And so cold is like a useful fiction that we use, but it doesn't mean that there's like this thing, the cold.
So let me analogize. Like cold is like the deprivation theory of molecular movement, right? Something's cold if it has the absence of movement or something.
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Or no heat.
Yeah, it's just like it's denying folk psychological understandings of propositional attitudes like belief and desire. So like they're just not going to cash them out in the same way that someone that doesn't. They're essentially going to eliminate that type of semantics and term use.
Like darkness would be a absence of light.
Yeah, it's like Shark's argument earlier was like pretty coherent to use against someone who was like a eliminativist, because it's to say that if beliefs don't exist, how can a limited materialist believe their own postulations? But
That's not a good objection.
well, no, but that's what he would run it against.
Yeah,
like
that's
Charles
actually a terrible objection because,
Yeah.
like, presumably he has in mind what the eliminativist is rejecting as beliefs. So it
Yeah.
doesn't like you're not holding anything over the eliminativist's head by being like, well, how do you even believe? It's a self-defeating position. They're not cashing out belief that way, so you're not doing any damage to their position. And the person and an eliminativist, they're very familiar with this type of response, so they're just going to walk away laughing.
So it's like somebody bringing up like, I don't know, like look at the trees or something, and you're like, I know the argument you're going to employ, and it's going to be dog shit. Therefore, I know that you're just like philosophically bankrupt or something, right?
I'm
It's like it's doing the same thing as this is like trying to point out that they don't have normativity, or say they like eliminate normativity, and then like you're like, yeah, but like how are you in accord with this usage or something? It's like they don't view it that way, right? They'd have like a dispositional account instead of some like normative understanding or something. So
So it's
you know what I mean? Like it's not going to like affect them because they're using terms completely different from each other. They're just equivocating on terms.
Yeah, it's like if the moral statement is made true by your preference, how can you have objective morality? Like something like that, where it's like okay, go ahead.
Could you say it again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's like you saying like I believe that moral stances are made true. Moral like statements are made true by the preference of the utterer, and somebody says, well, then you're not going to be able to objectively ground any moral statement you ever say.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, it's like it's assuming some type. Like they'll be like, well, you can't say whoever's right, but in the sense that they use right, they're meaning it in a stance independent sense. But that's the thing that they're denying. So you're not doing any damage to their position. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Entangling these normative usages of the term.
J Mike, guess what? I'm sorry, I'm reading comments. Zach, give me your
Uh-huh. Yeah, huh? It's a wait, J Mike. It's an argument that I've become like known for recently. I formalized an argument. It's a simple modus ponens if you want me to render it.
First
Yeah,
we have
Sure.
So if no, then premise 2, no, therefore boom, easy.
Mm-hmm.
But what if I like modus tollens?
Yeah, just render the argument. If no,
I already forgot which one was the antecedent and the
yeah. So is this an accurate representation? If no, then not therefore not no.
Not
People do the nuh-uh fallacy that Sharks was saying, or they go, you say something to them and you're talking for 5 minutes and you go, so therefore it would be this kind of way, and they go, no, nuh-uh. And it's like, wait, you just yeah.
it's watertight. That's it. You can't get out of that.
Hey, I bought an Aztec death whistle or an alive whistle, and it just came in the mail. And it looks like a skull. Look, wait.
We can't see this.
Do you want me to blow it? I've never blown it. Okay. I'm gonna put my phone across the room. Okay.
Oh, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like those, in Bone Tomahawk when they cut the things out of those like troglodytes' throats and then they like blow them. You ever seen that movie?
No.
Yeah. Bone Tomahawk is a crazy movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
You said troglodytes. That's crazy.
That's what they call them.
I know. Just like hearing that word after like hearing people use it in like debate spaces is wild. Is Jim still here?
He's getting food.
No, not J Mike. Jam. Wait, PRK. PRK. Talk about hermeneutics some more.
Herc.
Oh, I don't know much about hermeneutics. Like,
Yeah, huh?
no expert on hermeneutics, so yeah.
What's your favorites? Like, so when I was like, I had a friend who was like teaching me like Spanish for a while, and he told me this thing about like you know that we have like subject predicate sentences, and he told me these lyrics in the Spanish song where they'll say a phrase, right, and then they'll pause, and because the sentence is over, it has a meaning, but then they'll say another word, and it changes the entire meaning of the sentence, right? What's your favorite hermeneutical translation that you've come across? Like rib meaning side instead of rib, or like what like that?
Can I say mine?
I'm also interested in Witt's response to this.
I mean, I don't know if like, I don't know how, I don't think I can pick one off the top of my head, honestly.
The best one is Alma.
Nah, the best one is puta.
That's true.
I would just say that I look at the Bible as a living word.
What?
But I don't
You want
really
my
have an
opinion on?
What's your favorite like hermeneutical like misunderstanding that people have? Like when Adam was made, like Eve was made from the rib, but it means the side, or the son was made, but really it was instantiated or appointed.
There's not that many of, like, I can't think of many that I know of, so.
Are we? So, like, what's my favorite like misunderstanding of that? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, like what's the translation that you think is the most interesting to explain to people or something?
Perk, you know, if you don't come up with one in 5 minutes, that means you're gay.
That's true. And you also know that being gay is objectively bad.
I'm sorry, J. Mike. What inference rule are you using there?
No, actually,
It's called the gay inference.
Actually, it would be super gay. Zach, I would think from hermeneutical principles, people would look at the type of literature that it is. You know, is it poetic? Is it like Revelation, which is like Jewish apocalyptic literature? Things like, you know, the trees clapping their hands, you know, in Psalms or something. It's obviously talking about, it's not literal. And then you look at the overall context of the overall message and how the books fit together and so and so, that sort of thing. I think taking Genesis as a literal story is probably my, thing that I see the most, which I don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I often go ahead, Jim.
The reason it's so hard for Christians to find one, it's because the Quran is the most perfect literary work that there exists.
Can we mute him? Like,
Hamdulillah.
I often get just, some kind of refutation based off like some kind of like scientific reading of the text. So I often combat that, I suppose. But I would say at least the understanding that we would have would be reading like Second Temple literature, First Temple literature, in light of Christ, and then like the apostolic teaching of such things as far as that goes. So from my perspective, Genesis is just a theological story. There's literal, metaphorical, allegorical, symbolical. It's just where I would read those things in the light of Christ and our better understanding of it.
Theology unit. I think Isaiah 45:7, where they want to say, that's evil, where it's better translated calamity, is one of my favorites.
Oh, well, I get that. Or 1 Timothy 3:12, like women should,
Yeah.
You know what's actually interesting about that verse is that was like in the margins of at least from my understanding. I have to go back and look, but from my understanding, it's in the margins. That's written in the margins in one of like the copies of Paul's letters, and that it was added in later in a different copy. Sir would probably be better with that, but from my understanding, that was written in the margins and was actually just like added in later in a different copy.
Wait, which verse?
The one that women remain silent.
Oh, 1 Timothy 2:12.
Oh, that's
I mean, look, like
again, it's like 2 years since I've.
You're right. He's talking about Corinthians. He's talking about an interpolation.
Maybe it's Corinthians. I don't know.
Because it's mentioned in both Timothy and Corinthians, and there is debate of it being an interpolation in Corinthians. But he also mentions in Timothy, and there's no real debate about that being an interpolation.
I think I just mostly get it. Like, this is probably just unique unto me being a woman, that I get that one quite often. especially
Yeah, so
when
I
I'm
have a question about
debating someone as
the
far as that goes.
inerrancy claim, or not claim. I don't want to make this a debate. I really do want to just talk.
Okay.
But there are people that believe that the Bible is inerrant, right? So what would you say about? I didn't know about the verse about the trees clapping their hands or something. Like, what would those people be committed to saying in order to remain consistent that the Bible is like literal or inerrant? I guess I should say.
Well, even people that
Oh.
take it literally would say that they're metaphors and so on like that. That's obvious. Like the rocks don't do this or that. You know, they would say
I don't
that.
think. Yeah, I mean, I don't think inerrancy like commits you to like some kind of literal interpretation of the text, but
That's why I
I
was
would.
careful to change it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't hold to like inerrancy in the sense that like I don't think there are any formal errors, right? There's transliteration errors as far as
Yeah.
that goes, but I don't hold to any like formal errors as far as that goes. So I just hold the Bible to be true and binding, but I wouldn't say inerrant in the
And
sense that
you
there
guys, you
are
guys agree that like
transliteration issues.
somebody can be like a Christian without like, and they can think that the Bible's inerrant to like an absurd degree, right? Like, there's nothing to stop someone from believing in God, even if they think that the Bible is like 51% errant, right?
Right.
I
Well,
would just, like I said, there's like from my perspective, yeah, there's going to be transliteration errors, but I don't think there's any formal errors as far as that goes.
Oh,
we
I'm
know
just
that
saying
we're.
like if somebody
You
is a
guys should
Christian,
watch the show Supernatural, and that'll give you a different perspective
Yeah,
of what you
are
can
you
do with
Mike, are you
the
Mike,
Christian,
are you wait,
what
are
you
you
can do with the
sponsored by
Christian lore.
Supernatural?
Maybe I should
Are you
watch the Da Vinci
I'm not,
Code too.
but I'm like obsessing over that show right now, and yeah, you can. The writers do a really good job at taking Judaism and Christianity and being like, hey, just hold on one second, because angels, yeah, they're bad motherfuckers. It's awesome. It's so good.
Hey, Zach, it depends on how you look at it from a 21st century mindset. Like in the New Testament, like it wasn't like in that time period, it wasn't considered a problem or an error to like, okay, let me just change the wording of this story a little bit. Let me change the order between the gospels of this or that, or let
Yeah.
me, do this or that. They didn't have footnotes. They didn't have quotation marks. They're translating from Aramaic to Greek. So it depends on your mindset. A lot of this stuff can be harmonized. I think another one that I have sort of a favorite of that is Isaiah, what is it, 7:14, which is in one version, with Revised Standard Version, translated young woman, or I think, and the rest of them are like versions. So then when you talk to people like Tiny, it's like, oh, it's got to be a young woman, because it's one verse. But it depends on the lens that you look through. Modern literature and the criteria that we have
So
now is a little bit different in the first century.
yeah, let me wrap this up into something that's relevant to why I was bringing this up is because like sometimes when like I'm watching a debate or like I'm in a panel where an atheist and a Christian are debating, if there is some point of contention that can't be resolved, right, and the atheist gets kicked and I'm next up or something, sometimes I will use pretending to be a Christian as a way to get them to listen to what I'm saying. And when they ask me about biblical knowledge, like I'll give them the biblical knowledge that I do have, but if they like press me on it, I just end up saying that like, look, I believe in God because God revealed Himself, and I don't care about the Bible because Jesus is the living Word, and like Jesus is the Word. And then like as long as like by the end of the conversation, I let them know that like, okay, like I'm an atheist, but like I like everything that I said I believed, right?
The first thing you do is say no if you're wrong from another person.
Yeah, but this happened yesterday. Like, Cartesian was talking to people, and he was getting them, and they said that they were divine command theorists, right? So Cartesian said, if God said for you to do something that you considered grossly immoral, would you do it? And they wouldn't answer the question for like a whole hour. And so I got up there and I said, I'm a Christian along with you guys, but I hold to a deprivation theory of the good, where I think that the evil is just the absence of good. We both believe in Christ.
Why would we listen to such an evil person as Cartesian?
Wait, wait 1 second. So, like, in order to get them to respond to the substantive dispute there, which is just that divine command theory doesn't seem to be a good like moral system in my eyes. Like, what do you guys think about that? Like, whole like lying and saying I'm a Christian as long as I come clean or something.
I mean, as long as you come clean, then cool, yeah.
We would say that conditional is never going to happen with if God's character is morally perfect. But J. Mike, what do you think about like somebody like Craig's response to a Rithro dilemma that either God can come up with anything, or either it's external to him, and he says, well, the issue, hold on, the solution,
With
yeah,
the Euthyphro, yeah.
yeah, the solution is God's perfect character is such that it's not going to happen.
My understanding is, I mean, it's been a while since I've looked at Craig's view, but my understanding of Craig's view is that he wants to say that it's like neither of those. It's God's nature is the good or something like that. But then it seems like you could just raise the same kind of problem on a higher level or something like that.
And I have another question. Who's Cartesian?
Oh, he's a really evil.
He's like a philosophically literate atheist debater.
Oh, that's not good. We're not to be Christians aren't to judge other people. That's not good.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Okay, so I hold to my word as a Christian not to judge other people and their beings because, my parents know I'm LGBT, I am pansexual, and non-binary. So I don't judge others.
Okay. Wait, what did that have to do with what we were saying? Red is a good person.
No, I'm lost.
Oh, you know how they said a man and a woman, and never a man and a woman and a woman.
Right here, I would say.
I was kind of wondering why.
You guys can call me. You guys can call me Zach, by the way.
I was
Go.
kind of wondering why Dr. Truth posted a bunch of false stuff on his TikTok. For example, he made it's like brainless video that said Cartesian said, according to Pruk, who's also a moron, by the way, that under reductive physicalism there are no mental
stop
states.
poisoning the world. Dude.
Wait, what?
No, for everyone here, never said that in my life. I don't know what
You are Cartesian, and B, I heard you say that there was no mental states under that view, and you then called Brooke a moron. It's not very. It's not.
When did you hear me say that?
A couple minutes ago.
A couple of weeks ago. It was a couple weeks ago.
Okay, well, let's just be
if
clear.
If you're denying it now, that's fine. If you're more.
Wait.
Yeah, so to be very clear, I've never once said that in my life.
Did you not hear him say that?
Dr. Truth, wait 1 second. Everybody needs to refer to the prompt, okay? This is not a debate space right now. This is a conversation space right now.
Okay, yeah. So I look forward to a taking down of the video and a retraction later.
Not happening because it was true. But listen, I got to go to work. Cartesian, have a wonderful day.
So you're just gonna keep? Okay, you can keep lies up on. That's fine.
What was the video? You fill me in?
Yeah, it's just a video where he said that I said that on reductive physicalism there are no mental states, which is, and I think he got.
He was saying that earlier when I got up on the stage too.
Yeah.
Hey, right here. I'm about to go. Is there any way I can ask J Mike something really fast?
Yeah, if J Mike wants, you can call me Zach also. Everybody.
Sorry.
That's fine. I will let you know. Cartesian probably will have a more in-depth answer than me, but I can shoot.
Yeah, I watch the Atheist Experience, so it's actually wild that I'm actually talking to you. But anyway, yeah, no, I just wanted to get your view on somebody saying that we were talking about objective versus subjective, and I basically held the view that objective means independent of the influence of the mind, not the existence. So if somebody holds an opinion, they would objectively be holding that opinion, whether I can know it or not.
Holy shit, dude! You came up here to ask him about objective versus subjective?
Yeah.
You're a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I just cash out those terms to be stance independent and stance dependent, and I said.
Derrick, remember when we said that exact thing earlier?
No. But I'm just.
Hold
on. I'm asking J Mac. I want to hear his response.
What I said in the comments was there's a worry that the reason why I made the distinction was I have a friend that he's a realist and he roots his realism in phenomenology, and so it would be weird to kind of say it's mind independent in some sense. So I don't really like using that term. So I use stance independent versus stance dependent.
Yeah, stance.
So that
Stance.
way, like
Yeah.
someone who's going to make a case for like realism with like phenomenology in mind, they don't have this like weird kind of cross language with like mind dependent. Does that make sense? That's kind of
Right, right. Because then you run into the problem of somebody like being convinced that it's about the existence and not the stance, because like there can be opinions and like opinions are subjective, whereas facts are objective, right?
J Mike, did you hear that? Did you hear him say opinions are subjective but facts are objective?
Yes. So that means that if somebody,
Derek, AKA there can't be subjective facts. Did you hear him say that?
No. What I said was it can if somebody subjectively holds. Hold on. If somebody subjectively holds an opinion, it would be an objective fact that they subjectively hold that opinion.
I don't.
Yeah, do you like pizza?
I just take a fact to be a true proposition, and so if they have an attitude towards some proposition, and the proposition's true, or like we just refer to like it is true that J Mike has this attitude. Well, that's a proposition and it's true, right? So it's a fact. But like,
yeah, exactly. So J Mike, would you say it's a fact that you think pizza tastes good?
Yeah, it's a true proposition that J Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
So that would be a
exactly.
fact. Yeah, that's my.
Wait. Zach, why are you acting as if that supports your claim whenever that's the exact thing that I was saying earlier?
This is my question.
Why are you laughing? I don't understand.
Wait, sorry. It's just you said earlier, objective means fact, subjective means opinion.
I'm a little
but
lost.
J Mike, you just asked J Mike if it is an objective fact that he likes pizza.
No, I didn't, dumbass. I said, is it a fact that you like pizza?
Okay.
Not objective.
J Mike, is it an objective fact that you like pizza?
It's no. I mean, it's dependent on my stances. But
but it's independent of a stance. It's independent of anybody's stance.
No. You're not understanding. What makes the proposition true is my stance, right? That's the truth.
Okay. And then if somebody were to
it's
ask,
stance dependent, then it's not we're not saying it's objectively the case in that sense, right? We're saying
So are you saying that it's a subjective fact that you hold that opinion?
Sorry, what?
Are you saying that it's a subjective fact that you hold that opinion?
I'm saying what makes that proposition true is my attitudes.
Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying,
Derek,
I don't know what the confusion is.
Derek, are you lying when you say pizza tastes good to me?
Wait, huh?
Are you lying when you say pizza tastes good
He just wants to say that.
Are you saying pizza tastes good to you or pizza tastes good to me? I don't.
Derek, if I'm Derek and I say pizza tastes good to me,
this isn't getting at what he's saying. Look, he's just saying that like, if somebody says like Derek prefers pizza or something, there's a sense in which you want to say that's subjectively true.
It's objectively true. I would agree.
That it's objectively true. That it's subjectively
Listen, it's a subjective fact that you like pizza, and it's objectively true that you hold that opinion. Yeah. What do you mean?
It's okay. That's what I've been saying this entire time.
That's just what he's been trying.
Am I allowed to?
Derek, you're not listening. You're talking though. You're talking instead of listening.
Go ahead. I'm saying go ahead.
Okay. Because the truth maker in the first instance is your taste preference. And the truth maker in the second instance doesn't give a fuck about your preference. You understand that?
I was talking to you earlier about this same exact thing, and then whenever I asked you, is it objectively true that I hold that opinion? You said no, because it would be subjectively true because it's a subjective fact.
Derek, easily. I'm just going to clip that, and I'm going to send it to you, and you're going to see that you're wrong, and then we can both have a better undernding, okay? That's fine.
Go ahead.
But for now, we're done talking about it.
Talking past each other.
Right, because we literally were talking about this earlier, and I asked you, is it an objective fact that I said?
Closing statement. Yeah, and it is, and I've never changed my view on it.
You just said it was objective fact.
There's not even like a substantive dispute here.
Yeah,
it is because if we're talking about.
We're not talking about it anymore, though, right? You had your closing statement earlier.
PRK, I'm sorry if
here for your past conversation, so I don't really know. I'm filling in the blanks, but
is there anybody here who's a Christian?
That would be me. And PRK, I'm sorry if I ever tease you.
Wait, do you think God is the source of morality?
Wait, Cartesian. If this is like a loaded question, just chill out.
No, I'm just curious about their position. Do you hold that view?
Which one do I do first?
I'm just hello. Can you answer my question?
I was trying to tell someone something first.
Okay, but do you think God is the source of morality?
Wait, is J-Mac also a big fan of the
Wait,
atheist
hold on.
experience or something? I
Wait,
don't
hold
get
on.
it.
Hold on. Can you answer the question, please, mushroom person?
My brain escapes. My head's getting scrambled.
What the fuck? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, Cartesian, you don't understand
I
that.
steal everything from Mason.
I'm 20. I'm trying to.
It's a powerful question, so it can scramble the brain sometimes. Okay.
She just made some whimpering noise like a dog or something. Like what?
Well, whimpering
Because
there,
I'm
whimpering
doing
there is just going to be the way
now.
that you cash out that term, right?
I don't understand it.
I'm just kidding.
Do you think God is the source of morality?
Morality can be different for different people, though.
I have a question.
You think
Cartesian,
morality is subjective? Okay.
Cartesian. Are you running some like dialogue tree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why am I being?
Can we just refrain from doing something that's not freeform? We can debate. We can have lives where we debate Christianity. That's fine, and I'm down to yell and scream.
Right, let me ask a different question. If God commands you to do something, does that mean it's good?
If this leads to the second question that I know it's going to lead to, then I would prefer that you don't do it.
Please don't ask these kind of questions on this platform.
I don't ask
Please chill.
No. I'm okay if you ask questions, but if you ask the question and then it's going to lead to them saying a thing and being committed to a stance, and then so you're going to ask the reductio question. I mean, I'm just not. That's not what I'm trying to facilitate this time.
Yeah, and Zach knows I'm more of a chill person. I don't like pushing my views on others.
Yeah.
And as I was saying earlier to PRK, I'm sorry forever, and which means last night, teasing you because I had a horrible day.
I'm atheist. Yeah, Julie.
I honestly don't know. I'm not thinking about it or anything.
Okay.
Slurms, if you were talking about kicking both of them, yeah, I mean, whatever. But
Is there anybody here who would do whatever God commands them to do?
Wait, I have a question. Is that to ask a reductio? Is that going to be to ask a reductio, Cartesian?
No, I'm just wondering if there's anyone here who.
Wait, are you going to answer my question? Are you going to answer my question? Is the purpose of that to then ask them a reductio?
I did answer. I said no. I'm just wondering if there's anybody who would do whatever God commands them to do.
Oh, okay. I would, yeah.
What do you mean?
Because
you're not even a fucking theist. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying. Oh no! Don't.
Worms definitely kick both of them. Which I think is a good decision.
I asked.
He asked, and I said yes.
Wait, you're not a but you're not a theist, are you?
No, I was gonna LARP for you. It seems like you want to have this conversation, so I was gonna pretend.
No, I wanted like an actual theist answer.
Yeah, no. Wait, Cartesian, real quick. Will you DM me like your Gmail or any Gmail or something so I can like try and send this thing to you or a Google Doc or something? I don't really know how I'm gonna get.
Do you have Discord?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I can send me your Discord on TikTok.
Okay, cool.
Hey, I'll send you my Gmail. Can you send me your Discord on Gmail?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm sorry, what did I do?
Wait, aren't you a theist as well?
I mean, I thought
I was asking him why you kicked me off.
I didn't.
Oh yeah, no.
It's that Slurms person who I destroyed yesterday.
Yeah, I kicked you, and
basically what happened was we had a interaction about. Like,
I was there. I was there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't have to explain it. Good.
Yeah.
And of course he did that after getting destroyed.
Yeah, I got destroyed by.
Wait, Slurms, I have a question. Were the shots from the front?
I don't want to answer that question.
Slurms, were the shots from the front?
They
were from the back, weren't they?
I asked some clarifying questions, and then I said okay. And
This is what they do.
Cartesian really wanted to debate after that, and I was like, I
Yo,
don't care, whatever.
Slurms, you love recapitulating, don't you?
Don't use my tactics back on me.
More like recapitulating, am I right?
What was that laugh? It's like he was like choking on something.
Wait, I'm down to if Russell wants to run precept on somebody, I'm down to have that. But
Hey,
Oh, sure, I'll do it. Yeah, I can do it.
Russell?
Arms, you sound worse, bud. Are you
I
all
know.
right?
Sorry,
which
no,
is
wait,
hard
sorry.
to
I
imagine.
It's
didn't hear what you said.
it's
I didn't hear
particularly bad.
Russell
When,
clearly. No,
hang on a
Russell's a
second.
troll.
I'm
No.
sorry. There was a really annoying chirping noise when I was trying to speak.
There you
When
go. I'll give you a follow.
it's pretty rough when I wake up, which I just did like a half hour ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Taking medicine?
I mean, yeah, but I don't really know what to take because like I'm not sick and my throat doesn't hurt. I don't know what's going on. It's weird.
COVID.
Yeah, it sounds like a sinus infection or something.
It's painful. I mean, not painful in the sense.
I hope you feel better.
Painful in the fact that it's really annoying trying to speak.
I guarantee I'm worse off than you, Slurms.
Oh my gosh. There's a whole bunch of sick people up here.
By every measure, you are.
What is this, a hospital?
No.
Imagine unmuting to cough. That's hilarious. What are you, Slurms?
Right here.
What's up? Yeah, Cart, what's up?
Excuse me, can you tell him not to kick me again?
Yeah. Wait, Slurms, listen to me. Look at me.
I can't. Okay, don't get on camera. I don't want to look at you. Please stop. Stop. What with the beanies? Stop.
Zach kind of looks like an ex-boyfriend of mine.
Why does he look like Derrick on?
So
No,
listen.
He looks like Vector.
Slurms. Slurms.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you. Don't kick him.
I won't kick him. Wait, who are you pointing at?
He was pointing at Caucasian.
He was actually kind of pointing at Robbie.
I would never kick Robbie. Robbie's a sweetheart.
I was trying not
You know what? You would kick a puppy though, you fucking atheist.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, but right here, can you just make it clear that he should not kick me again?
Slurms. Wait. Oh, I thought you said tell him don't kick you. Okay, if you want me to use normative language, Slurms.
Yes.
You have the most.
No, hold on. That's what I meant. I'm just saying tell him not to kick me off the live again.
Yeah, Slurms. Don't kick him off the live.
Hang on. I'm confused because I already said I wouldn't. You asked me that one time, and I said
Yeah. Well, wait. Well, we love a good recapitulation.
Because like he was trying to use it as a kind of joking opportunity. I just want to.
I mean, if you say it twice and it's a negative and negative or positive is formed, that's
Okay. I can't promise.
Good job.
So just so we're clear, we kick him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, wait. I don't remember.
No, wait. If I him,
I need some clarity. There's too much. So
you
do I kick Cartesian or do I not?
Okay, I will explain.
No, not you, Rat. I'm sick of hearing you, Rat. I'm talking to host.
Okay, so I made Cartesian a mod because I also.
No, that was.
Oh my god!
Listen. Everybody, mute up. I made Cartesian a mod because it seems like there's some disagreement going on, and I don't want to be in an echo chamber. So everybody should have equal representation in the market.
What are you, Coco?
Sorry. I actually wasn't done, Slurms. Okay, now I'm done.
No, Slurms, we don't talk about Coco.
He is Coco. That's exactly what Coco would say. Hey, there we go.
Anywho,
I didn't kick him. I did not.
I didn't kick him. That was not me.
I'm drinking water.
The host can see who did it, and it was not me.
It was Slurms.
You're so full of shit.
I'm just kidding. It wasn't.
Then if it wasn't Slurms, then it wasn't me, and it wasn't lit.
It said. I'll tell you what it said. If everybody's interested, it said multi-user does not exist, and I know that Cartesian has sketchy internet, so he probably just disconnected for a second.
Okay.
That's such a shame.
Yeah.
Slurms, what kind of illness do you have?
I don't want to recapitulate this.
Mental. Mental.
No, look, half all of us on TikTok are fucking mentally ill. That's not what's wrong with my voice, though.
Mentally ill from Amityville.
So I just have a severe
Accidentally.
cold, and I just have chest congestion. That's all that's wrong with me.
I'm not sick. I've just been losing my voice.
I have allergies.
Not fast enough.
Do you know what I sound like? I sound like
An
one of those
asshole.
women that, yeah, that too. But I also, I sound like one of those women who have been
Southern
smoking
asshole?
for like 40 years of their lives, and I just hang out in bars all day, every day.
Oh no, you're like sitting at the slots, at the casino.
Don't call her
I'm
that.
sitting at like the 8-liner machines at
Oh,
the
sorry.
dive
Wait, I
bar.
thought
My
you
name
said
is Rita.
sluts.
No.
Hi, Dwight.
Yo.
Yo, terrible. What's up,
Yeah.
Dwight?
Oh my God, what is with this? The rat. I can't take the rat. I feel like I'm on Elisa's live. Itty bitty little voice.
I'm sorry, I'm 20 and my voice didn't
Yeah.
want
So, Jim, I don't have any plans to make it permanent. I just want to do it for this conversation. But Slurms, can I ask you a question?
Sorry, I muted and put the phone down. Yes.
Are you a child of divorce?
I'm gonna mute again.
All right.
That made me choke on
Is
my
that
water.
non-answer an answer?
Run away. This is what orphans do.
Hey, I'm the product of a single
What
teen mom.
orphans do. Wow.
This is what they do.
They can't run away because they can't find home.
Yo,
I have-
Russell said since you're giving everybody mod power, can I be a mod too? No, I only mod people I respect.
Oh my God, that's so mean.
Wait, you're a mod.
I know, but that's mean. Hey, do you know
to
who I
him?
have? Do you know who I have
I
as a
don't think
mod?
it's mean. I
in
just
my
think
life?
it's honest.
I
It's
have
honest, yeah.
J-Rob. I have J-Rob as a mod.
What?
In my life.
You respect him though.
I do really like J-Rob.
I like
do.
J-Rob too. Everybody gives him crap.
I
Why
don't.
are we gonna give Russell mod powers if he doesn't let me?
Can't stand it.
Yeah.
I really like Rasul too. I just wish he would put his ego aside sometimes.
He doesn't let me say yeah. Unless he
Well,
wants to.
I mean,
I think it's just been it's been overserved. Like we should
I
just
think
stop.
like the joke died an hour ago.
Yeah, and to be honest, when I use it, it is dialectically powerful, right? Because
You're
it shows
talking
that
about
they're
the
getting.
N-word.
Yeah, the N word. So when I use the N word, it's dialectically powerful, and because it like points out an emotional heightening and an inability to listen, and so I kind of satirically parody that by going nuh-uh, and then they kind of like break character, and then they listen to me again. But yeah, no, I agree that it's overserved. The N word is banned from the rest of this
It's
panel.
cooked. Yeah, it's cooked.
Would you
I'm
say
gonna put
the N word is banned for the next 5 minutes? What?
I said the N word is banned for the rest of this live.
For the
Okay.
rest of it? Okay.
You know,
you can
Rat
say it.
wants to say it again so bad.
You said what?
You know, Rat. There.
God.
Okay, the N word and the Y word are banned, and the U word. All right, no
Can't
no,
use the U word.
no no yeah-hahs, no nuh-uhs. Okay, no diasyllabic pronunciation. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Can we ban that too?
Are we just
Yeah.
being rat? Yes!
Worms.
Did it. I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. I didn't do
I
it.
didn't do it
I did it.
either.
I did it. I thought it'd be funny because she went like that. Wait.
Zach, when you get a chance, you need to check your DM on here I sent you.
Rob just followed you. Look at that.
He did?
He sure
Well,
did.
wait.
I
Since
made
she's
it.
gone, does that mean
Wait, let me screenshot this. Mom, J-Rob
I
followed
can
me.
finally say
That was clever. So, Rat, you have 1 minute uninterrupted to air out your grievances about being kicked.
1 minute is a lot.
It's a really long time.
Okay, Rat, you have 15 seconds uninterrupted to air out your grievances of being
It's fine,
kicked.
Rat. It's fine, Rat. It's fine.
I muted her. I'm just kidding. My next atheist to cook. Oh, nice. Yeah, J Rob, I'll smoke you as soon as you're up for it, like a wake and bake, brother. So whenever you want. Okay, the question is, if everybody in this
I
panel,
was defending you more than Amber.
if
What are you talking about?
if everybody in this panel could produce one liquid infinitely from both of their thumbs, what would that liquid be?
A liquid from your thumb?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay,
Is this just every time I come up, or is this just every live?
You know, I would hope that both of those things were the same, but you rarely come around.
Wait,
Yeah,
does it
I would
have to be one liquid per thumb, or just one for both?
Yeah, so one liquid out of one thumb, one liquid out of the other thumb, and it can be like things that are like it can be like a multi thing, like an ingredient, like a soup, even though it's a bunch of stuff. It's one liquid.
Wine and whiskey. That'll be
Okay,
mine.
wine and whiskey. Okay, well, there's a lot to unpack there, but okay, we can from top to bottom. So Amber, you're next. And to be clear, it's at the PSI in which you can take a piss.
Okay, well then I'm gonna choose one thumb is gonna have like a sweet red wine, and the other one is gonna have a white Moscato.
Can I make that my answer?
Hey, Wit, you heard me say top to bottom or no?
Oh shit! All right.
Go, yeah, run away. Robbie, I assume Robbie's working, but Slurms.
I can take a break from work for a second. So I would probably have Hefeweizen in the right thumb, and the left thumb I'd probably have. Fuck. Yeah, orange juice.
Wait, say those last two words again.
Hefeweizen. It's
No,
a beer.
the two words after that. You kind of like breathily said.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was because I was thinking out loud.
Yeah, and you I wish I made such sexy noises when I think out loud. You went Hefeweizen and fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. I don't notice that about myself.
If you notice, so the first thing Robbie said was, the first thing Robbie said was, "Oh, I was working." So basically means, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to you unemployed people. I was doing stuff. Now, what are you trying to ask me? Just say it that way, Robbie.
Yeah. So I realize that we are talking about drinks coming out of our thumbs, which sounds quite fun. So for this 2 seconds, I can say that in the right thumb it would be Hefeweizen, and the left thumb it would be orange juice.
Oh, interesting.
Sorry for my boring answer.
Wait, Robbie, you know that it would have to be pulpless orange juice, right? Is that okay with you?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That works for me.
But if you could pick one, do you like pulp, some pulp, more pulp, absolute ultimate pulp, the ultimate grounding of pulp, or what?
The ultimate grounding of pulp.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, but you know the ultimate grounding of pulp is just no pulp, because if you ultimately ground it.
Right.
Wait,
Well,
the Christian God. Wait, the orange juice argument against God.
That's a good question, though. We need to know who on here likes pulp and orange juice.
Wait, after that can be the next question, okay? So Slurms, it's your turn.
I have no answer to this.
Yeah, you imagine being so fucking boring.
I hate this game.
Yeah, you hate this game because you're not playing. Just say nut or something. I don't care.
Oh yeah, that's what I said last time. Yeah, it would be frothy ejaculate, volumes of which have never been seen.
Oh my god.
Okay, and then Dwight, I'm really interested in your answer.
I'm boring. I was just gonna say water and wine.
Okay. Oh, so you can go the Jesus route?
Well, no, just because when you're drinking, you have better drinks of water.
Yeah, you stole PRK's answer, but that's fine.
That's fine.
Jack, Jesus didn't shoot water and wine out of his hands, right?
Well, if you look at the hermeneutical translation,
You misremembered
turn
that.
into actually means spew out of. So he did, yeah.
2 words. The Pentecost.
3 words. Fuck off.
I thought about the whole peeing out of your finger thing or your thumb or whatever. That would be pretty cool, but you wouldn't want to make a mistake with that one.
Yeah, and also it wouldn't take away your need to piss. So it would kind of just be like you doing it for fun, right?
Well, of course.
Yeah. PRK.
It would facilitate writing your name in the snow.
Oh, it would actually. PRK, you said water and water the last time, right?
Yep.
Okay, does that feel...
I'm changing it now,
Okay,
though.
cool.
This is why, because I don't want the influence of wine on my finger, so I become like I don't control myself or something, but I should be able to control myself. So that's fine.
Wait. What are your liquids?
Water and wine.
Water and wine?
But why did it sound like you were really hesitating to say wine? Like, are you a raging alcoholic in the making?
Hey, whoa.
I do have problems with alcoholism.
Ah.
But so that's why.
I meant that facetiously. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that joke is gonna flatline if it's any kind of true. That's yeah. So
nice going there, Amber.
Yeah, you fucked up the mood.
Yo, Amber.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Pruk. I
No,
didn't
it's
know.
okay. I know you didn't mean it.
You know what just popped in my dumb brain? My brain said, "Tell him he doesn't sound like an alcoholic." Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
How do you sound or not sound like one?
Wait, do you think that he does?
No, I'm asking you. How does somebody sound like they would be?
I don't know how. I just have an intellectual seeming, right?
Okay.
I love philosophy. It lets me
Kind of the
like
same
that.
way that we know you sound old.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah. Wait. The reason that you don't know is because you can't track because of your cognitive decline, because of your age.
This is probably true.
So old.
Yeah.
The sickness makes it sound worse.
It does. I
Like
sound
it
like I'm
ages in
smoking
20
2
years.
packs a day.
Yeah.
Yes.
You wish
Yes,
that
Can you just say like?
you wish
Can you
that-
just say like back in my day, and then finish
Back in my day.
Yeah, Phil. What's the first moving picture that you saw?
It was a Charlie Chaplin film.
Nice. Well, at what age do you remember the fondest of blowing out the light bulbs on your birthday cake?
Did you say light bulbs?
Yeah, I'm funny. That's why.
Well,
Yeah,
Sometimes.
not for real.
Sometimes.
Is it my
Okay,
turn
so-
or is it Whit's turn?
It's Whit's turn.
We already know her answer because she answered prematurely.
Well, now I want to change it.
See, you see what patience gets you?
Yeah, patience is a virtue.
Yeah, just not by me. Not for me.
Right. Probably like a nice Pinot Noir and a Prosecco.
Prosecco is a nice word. Hey, Slurm, do you wanna laugh, cough, snort, somewhere else?
At least when I'm coughing, I'm muting my mic. Jeez.
Wait, but Slurm's
I will
his
specifically unmute so you can.
yeah,
hear
exactly. It's a bit he does. It's a kind of special moves it gives him to turn into dun, 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 super Christian. You know, that's how he transfers
Maybe-
into pretty boy.
Do you guys want to hear me cough? It'll just sound like I have emphysema.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, you want to
I'm
do
not
you
pretty
want to
boy.
you want to send infants where?
Emphysema.
Oh. Okay. Hey, Amber, just Jim just DM'd me and he said he sent me an invitation to your great granddaughter's 57th birthday.
Oh, that was nice of him. I'm glad he could do that for me. I'm very computer illiterate. I barely know how to turn one on.
Yeah. Yeah. The live has phlegm everywhere. Rat, what are your liquids? You said water and seltzer water, right?
No, I changed it this time.
See? That's why it's worth recapitulating, Slurms. Just because you like frothy nut doesn't mean that everybody's
What?
You sound like the Grinch.
He does.
You sound like you're about to say bah humbug every time you call.
Anyway. Yeah, the Grinch isn't the one that says bah humbug, you buffoon.
I didn't say that. I said you sound like the Grinch and you sound like you're about to say bah humbug.
Oh.
But I didn't mean that. I did mistakenly think that the Grinch said that. And then you corrected me, but I was witty enough to get out of it fast enough.
Well, I knew you were full of shit, so.
Yeah. Oh, Rat, what's your liquids?
Okay, a Jack Daniels and a whiskey.
Okay, Jack Daniels is whiskey, but
I mean, 2 whiskeys. Hey, you did not say I could not pick 2 whiskeys.
it's like if every time you close and open your hand, you could have one pill. You say I pick ibuprofen and Motrin.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. What was the other question that somebody had?
Oh, was it grape juice or something?
No. You're not tracking.
It was the pulp question.
The pulp question. Yeah, Amber, you go first, top to bottom, or were you going bottom to top now?
I would do ibuprofen and Advil.
I would do Xanax and Percocet.
Oh,
Wow.
way ahead of you on the Xanax.
What?
You're the kind of person that the hospital staff is like, oh shit, we got a user here.
Yeah, Amber knows all about the hospital staff, as she is elderly.
Yeah, yeah. Amber is like Moses because her power comes from a snake in the
Where
staff.
did you guys
It's
get
not
this
Moses.
from? Did like Jim just give y'all his supply of like old people jokes and say, here, give this to Amber whenever you see it?
That's all he ever does is slander you, Amber.
Kind of just whenever you started speaking, it just furnished my content, my mental content with just these intellectual seemings, right?
Oh,
I've always had a disdain for the elderly, and I think elderly jokes are hilarious.
We know because we saw you yell at Oakdale Curtis.
Yeah, also
yell at him.
Yeah, if it's something that Slurms is about.
I remember that.
Did you tell him the shrouded turret is bullshit?
That was really good. He was like, "Why are we letting him talk this bullshit?" If it was anybody else, we would.
And then he got so mad because he's like, if he wasn't elderly, we would be fine with it. But it's because he's old. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He's falling and he can't get
Am I
up.
wrong?
You're not wrong, which is why it's funny.
You can't yell at old people, Slurms.
The funniest old people are the ones that if they fall over, their bones like shatter like glass.
Oh my god!
And they have those like big plastic things, and they got to take like 12 big colorful pills a day.
Slurms.
Old people.
Okay, back to the orange juice.
I can't see shit.
Are we going top to bottom on this question or bottom
They
up?
got like
What are we
96
doing?
size font in their
don't know.
books.
I think the question was orange juice with pulp or no pulp.
Well, personally, I don't like the Pope, so.
Not the Pope, the Pope.
The what?
Pulp.
Let's
Pope?
Pulp from orange juice.
Oh.
Wait, what? Wait, like Donald Trump if he was like,
Oh, lordy.
new hermeneutics?
Stop saying hermeneutics.
Okay.
Hermeneutics.
Okay, all right. Amber, pulp or no pulp?
No pulp.
Jim, pulp or no pulp?
I'll take pulp.
For real?
Yeah, I like pulp.
Okay.
I hate the texture.
Yeah, Jim's over here like, yeah, I like to chew on my liquid.
Yeah, I like
For
to
real?
chew my drinks. Okay.
Slurms, pulp or no pulp?
Oh man.
I saw that. It's fine.
Oh man. I got flagged for talking about
Bone shattering.
No. It was XANAX.
Oh, I said that.
Yeah, for some reason I got the warning. Well, no, I said it.
Yeah, you did say it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just said that I said it.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm
Slurms, answer the fucking question. Pulp or no pulp?
Pulp or no
For
pulp?
what? For just orange juice?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can go either way.
Oh my god, of
One
course.
way.
Some pulp.
Yeah, I enjoy pulp. I enjoy no pulp.
You are stubbornly indifferent sometimes.
Yeah.
No,
I
what's the
think
matter
that
with
sounds-
enjoying things, Wit?
I don't care.
Everything-
Pick a
everything
fucking
is-
lane, bro.
You just made my cat run away with your horrible voice.
I'm sorry, Gear.
And I resent you. We were literally just about to snuggle, and you're and you fucking jumped off the bed.
Okay, Flobs, pulp or no pulp? Guillermo, I'm sorry.
Wait, I have a question. I have 3 restrictions right now. Is the move to restart the live?
Yeah, I think that's the move.
Okay, I'll invite you guys
Restart,
back.
we'll come back up.
Love you guys.
Bye.